not a good day, so I'm not, it's okay.
We'll call the regular Board of Trustees meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Veronica Frankel. Present. Howard Rosenberg.
Present.
Lisa Ruggiero will be late. Nick.
He's on his way.
Thank you. Angela Taylor.
I'm here.
John Mayer.
Here.
Barbara McClory, present, and Logan's not here yet. We do have a quorum.
Okay. We'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Chris, would you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move we adopt the agenda.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signal. So carried. Let the record show unanimously. We're going to move to public comment. Please remember that the Board of Trustees are precluded from discussing or acting on public comment made at this time. And as a rule, the board does not respond to questions. All responses, all persons are limited to 3 minutes and will be actively enforcing this rule because of the larger number of people in attendance. If you would like to submit your comments for the record, you may provide them to the secretary or email them to the board directly. Okay, public comment. The first one we have is Pete Etchart. Nice to see you.
Well, that's why I'm here. Pete Etchart. I just want to speak in our public comment really fast just to say thank you. And I just wanted to thank you, and it's great to be back, and I thank you for your thoughts and prayers and the very nice plant that you sent to my family. And just wanted to thank Tracy and Kristen especially for just the help while I was gone, and my staff. I mean, the staff was just fantastic and just really picking up everything from me over the last month while I've been kind of filtering back into work. So I just wanted to say thank you, and it's great to be back.
Nice to have you back. The next one is Jim Fromer.
I didn't get the memo on the bow ties, I guess, but.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So, Jim Fromer, CPA. I'm speaking now in regards to the superintendent search because I can't stay for the agenda item, so I'm speaking now. I have no specific thoughts on individuals at this time, but today, to me, is about starting the process. In the last week, the RGJ quotes seem to indicate a fair amount of predisposition toward this process, but I hope there will be a lengthy discussion over several meetings about the process. I don't think we need to rush into this. I do think having Heath and Pedro with the outside progressive ed management philosophy was sorely needed. They were the right guys at the right time. But now the school district has many of the pieces in place, and I'm very pleased with how the direction the school district is taking. That's not to say everything is great. It's not. But I think what is needed now is stability and deeper infusion of the initiatives in place. I do get a sense in my travels around the district that it is a time of implementation and focus to truly improving educational outcomes, and I'm pleased to see that. That is a credit to your executive cabinet, the area soups, upper management, principals, and of course the teachers. There have been comments that an outside search should be performed. By not doing so, you might be viewed as not having done your homework, and I fully understand that. We know an outside soup might bring some new focus, but on the downside, an outside soup will view this as a stepping stone and may want to change a large number of initiatives. I just don't see the need to do that. My concern about too much unnecessary change change my views are derived by the fact that I was sort of the MC of the public meetings with the candidates to succeed Heath. Someone applying for this job from elsewhere certainly will necessarily need to differentiate themselves by proposing changing this and that and something different. Right now, I see a perfect alignment of the Education Alliance, EDON, the Chamber, parent leaders, UNR, Team C, the school district, local governments, and the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I would encourage you all as a group to engage all of these organizations in your discussion of the process and timing of any search. You not only will obtain valuable input, but you will further the existing cooperative efforts that are ongoing amongst these various groups. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That's all the cards that I have. Is there anyone that would like, come up but fill out a card on when you return to your seat? Please state your name.
Forgive me for not doing this. This is my first meeting.
Okay.
My name is Helene Sasser. Been in the Reno since 1979. My children went to Washoe County schools. My grandchildren are going to Washoe County schools. And I just want to encourage you, when searching for this new superintendent, to look in your own backyard. We have some incredibly talented and capable people right here in Washoe County. They know our state, they know our county, they know our schools. So I just wanted to urge you to please look locally. And I think the previous speaker hit on it. People coming from out of state use us as a stepping stone. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else that didn't fill out a card that would like to comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item, which is a possible executive session. We will recess, pardon me? What? Okay. And we will meet to discuss in executive session some things with our employee groups. Did somebody?
I move that the Board of Trustees recesses to go into closed executive session to consider matters permissible for discussion in closed session under Nevada Revised Statute Chapter 288.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signal. So carried. Let the record show. We'll recess for about half an hour to an hour. We'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Again, remind you that at the start of the meeting, I may set out the rules for public comment, and they all are on your card, but again, to reiterate, please remember that the Board of Trustees are precluded from discussing or acting on public comments made at this time, and as a rule, the board does not respond to questions. All persons are limited to 3 minutes, and we will actively enforce this rule because of the large number of people in attendance. If you would like to submit your comments for the record, you may provide them to the secretary, JJ, or email them to the board directly. Okay. We'll start with board reports.
Oh.
Excuse me?
Oh, no.
Yes, you're first.
Well, since I'm not organized and I didn't pull out my calendar, I'll just talk about one thing that I've been working on, which I mentioned last time, which is the egress and ingress at Galena High School on Edmonton. And I wanted to follow up with the trustees and let you know we've been meeting with NDOT, the Highway Patrol, and the Sheriff's Department, working with school police, did a tremendous job of a 3-week, what would you call it, Chief Trevino, when you, is it counting or They looked at all aspects of traffic in that area because, as many of you know, we've had very severe accidents with several of our students. And so Principal Brown has been very concerned about it. So he's done a tremendous job of bringing together parents, students, law enforcement officials. And sadly, the data just isn't there to make any engineering changes, but Highway Patrol is going to do an amazing campaign and initiative to work with the students and school police on education. And now we're also looking at possibly some flashing signs, because one thing that we came up with in our discussion was, Joetta, what we realized was, that is a major tourist highway there on Mount Rose, as you know. And so we're kind of expecting a lot of those, possibly many of them are from California, or the tourists to understand that that's a school located there. There's no signage that shows that there's a school there. So we're actually looking at some flashing signage to put that up. So I'll keep you in the loop, but it's been a good problem-solving process, and that's all I'll report on today. Although I have many other things I just can't remember. So kudos to Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Department, School Police, Principal Brown, and the parents out at Galena. So.
Trustee Nick Smith.
Thank you.
Not Mike.
So I got quite a bit, but I'll try to give you the Reader's Digest version. Over the weekend we were in Nashville, some of the trustees and the leadership team, learning how we can be better trustees and do more in family engagement and work well with district staff. At least that's what I did. There was like 700 different workshops you could go to. It was insane. It was a novel, so you couldn't do them all. But I felt like I learned a lot from that experience and how I can do better, especially since it's my first year. Right, I have a lot to learn, and I recognize that. And then also, Tracy, I gotta say, she helps me with my quest to knowledge by getting people to call me. They're very willing to call me. I was able to talk to Sandy, and who else did I talk to today? Bryn LaPenta. I'm working on Catherine Loudon, playing some phone tag. But, throughout my week, I don't always get to a school. Last week I wasn't able to. I had to put out some fires. I had 2 scheduled. But working with the staff so that I can learn to do this job better and understand more of the regulations that are put in place has truly been a pleasure. The highlight of my week, really, to be able to get those relationships and find out more. So thank you. If any of you are here, Sandy, I haven't met you, so thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I got.
Okay, there are a lot of things that all of us have been involved in. I'll note just a couple that really stood out for me. Going backwards, we had a great time in Nashville. It took us a little longer to get home than we expected. We just go with that.
Like 24 hours or something?
Yeah, we just go with that. But so it's good to be home. But we certainly learned a lot, made a lot of good connections, learned a lot about what other school boards do, and I think just part of our job is to see what else is out there, see what are the other best practices, where are our gaps, and I love feeling really good about where we are and the direction that we're going, and our staff in particular. I think we must have the best staff out there, because when I start talking about what our staff is doing at the boot camp. We're like Nick says, yeah, we don't suck. No, we don't. So we start talking about our staff and the kinds of things that you do for us as trustees, so that we can learn a lot and be great trustees. It doesn't compare a lot, so thank you for all of our staff. Going backwards, Latino Leadership Group, some of us met with that group. It was tremendous to sit around the room with just a lot of leaders from the Hispanic and Latino community and share some thoughts and where we overlap, share some ideas. So looking forward to more work with that. If there was one thing that was my absolute favorite, it always has to do with the students. And I went to my first battalion. I went to the McQueen Battalion, the ROTC Battalion event. It was outstanding. Very, very impressive. Had never done anything like that before. It was really impressive. Those kids are outstanding. So I'm looking forward to doing much more of that. So,
in fact, we're so Dr. Taylor and myself, and I imagine you made it to HUG, but we were really because that's a regiment at HUG.
Yeah.
They have so many kids in ROTC.
And that's my alma mater, and I was going to be the special guest, but I was in Nashville. I got the rain check.
Dr. McClory.
Pass.
Dr. Rosenberg?
The JROTC. I made it to Galena, Hug, and Reno. And these kids are really quite impressive. Once you get over the fact that they're only 17 and 18 years old, and some of them look like they're wearing their father's uniforms. And there was one youngster that couldn't have been more than 5'6", and he was wearing a uniform that's a little too big. And he opened his mouth to speak, and he's got a voice that booms. You could have heard him in Fallon without a microphone. It was dynamite, really great. Going along with what Nick just said about learning about how other places function, I can remember being on the Board of Regents, and we had guests from Nebraska to come and watch how we run one of our meetings, and it was not a pretty meeting. It was somewhat contentious. And I said to the gentleman from Nebraska, I said, I'm sorry you had to see us like this. And he said, you're not bad at all. I said, we're not? He said, no, you don't throw furniture. So you learn an awful lot finding out what other people do.
Veronica?
It's been a very busy couple of weeks. I do want to mention and thank our staff, as well as President, Mayor, and Interim Superintendent Davis for our town halls at Worcester High School and Pine Middle School, which I was very pleased, I know all of us were, with the attendance and the contribution and the attendance of the public at those town halls and their contributions and their comments. It was just really valuable to hear those. So thank you to the public for coming, and we look forward to more suggestions on our strategic plan and the budget. I visited a lot of schools in the last 2 weeks. I want to thank Deborah Beiersdorf, who is the area superintendent for the Acceleration Zone. I visited 3 of the schools in the Acceleration Zone, Lincoln Park, Veterans, and Libby Booth, 3 of our very, very struggling schools. It was a reminder to me of the fact that when we talk about educating children, it really is about helping them be healthy, safe, secure at school to learn. And it's much more. I mean, all the wraparound services that we provide in those schools are so critical. One of the things I want to thank is the principals for spending the time they did with me. Jason Childs from Lincoln Park talked about their motto is you never pass up an opportunity to be kind, which I think is great for kids as well as adults to remember. Jenny Anderson from Veterans, she took us into a science class where the kids were learning about push and pull and energy. And they had to move sandbags from their classroom outside to the playground. So they got to brainstorm different ways to move them, and they all wanted us to come back when they actually, after the brainstorming, to see them do it. So we had to go back just to see it. I was late to another meeting, but I had to see it in action. And these kids were using the easels with wheels, a chair with wheels, all sorts of things, and they'd get stuck on the door, and they were talking about how, and then debriefed afterwards about the energy that they had to use. It was such a great hands-on first grade class. It was amazing to see and to see them all engaged. And Sarah Cunningham at Libby Booth, I can't say enough about the passion and the dedication of her and her staff at that school for the kids there. I also spent some time at TMCC at dessert night, which I'm up there a lot for the high school since my daughter is there, but I want to thank Richard Swanberg and, of course, Susan Mays, who I know we're going to be losing at the end of this year due to retirement, and it's really, I want her to stay one more year since my daughter has one more year to go, but she's fabulous. I also went with Interim Superintendent Davis. We had a nice trip to Spanish Springs High School, as well as Shaw Middle School, where we got to watch science classes, 7th grade, weren't they? Yeah, 7th grade classes learning about genetics, and they were creating monsters with dominant and recessive traits. And in fact, it was a really interesting experience because one class they were all doing monsters. One class was kind of talking about what they would look like if they had dominant recessive traits. Another one was talking about breeding for the dominant traits that they wanted to breed the farm of monsters. And it was just great. They were very engaged, really able to articulate very clearly what the objective of the exercise was. That really impressed me a lot. And finally, I want to thank our Director of Professional Learning, Sawazaki, for spending time with me. As you all know, that is my profession, so we could go on for hours talking about it, but I'm very impressed with the work that we're doing with our Saturday cafes and the red days, the pink days, the green days. Sorry if I got them all wrong, but incredible amount of work that we're doing to educate our different staff, both the teachers, the principals, and our support professionals. So I just was really impressed with that. So like I said, it's been a busy couple weeks. And I didn't even mention Nashville, but you all did, so.
We're glad to be back.
Yes.
Before Logan gives his report, could you pick that up over there? Just hold it up. Yes. This is a gift from Logan to our interim superintendent. He made that. Hold it up higher. It's a cupcake hat. So when it's
Do you want to try it on, Mr. Mayor?
oh, I'd love to. No.
Forget it. Put it on the far corner.
But anyway, our representatives to our board from the Student Advisory Board have been outstanding students, just outstanding. And every other one on the Student Advisory Board brings something, a different perspective. The kids from Inspiration, I think, Innovations and Inspire, and all the high schools have so much, and they get together and they really discuss the problems in the school district. But they're also talented kids. Logan's got a lot of talent, more than just crocheting, or no, that's not crocheting, that's what it is. Okay. We'll listen to your report now that I put you on the spot.
Well, thank you for showcasing my crocheting. You didn't like it, I'm sorry. Not a lot has happened in terms of what we've done, what I've done recently with the district, but we had a student advisory board meeting last week, which was awesome. We were kind of hammering out the details for an event we have this Friday, which is a counterpart to the Data Summit. It's the Student Data Symposium. And like a month ago, that was pretty much just an idea, and now it's happening this Friday, so that's a little scary, but it should be fun, and I'm really excited to see that happen. Not necessarily excited to see it over because it's kind of occupied some time, but I'm excited to see what happens with it.
And you are great in organizing that summit and following, and how many of your members were at our regular summit? They showed up there. There were 3 of them, and plus you, so 4, right? And it's just tremendous to see you guys, kids, take out of your time to come and learn more about your schools. And on Friday, I hope you have the greatest time of all. Okay, in mine, I want to say that the ROTC was a big one for me. And they're just outstanding kids. And Howard and I were at McQueen, and oh, that's right, Angie was with me at McQueen. And there was a young lady there that has a 4.3 grade point average and has 6 years of mathematics credits, and including calculus and trig and everything. And she was telling everything, and I asked her, I says, what do you want to do? And she wanted to be an engineer, and she says, and I'm thinking of other things. And I says, I hope that you look at teaching mathematics. And she says, oh, that's on the top of my list. That's what we got to do. We got to get kids like that, homegrown kids, to go to the University of Nevada, get a teaching credential in the higher mathematics, because we're so short of math teachers, science teachers, and that. And we got to help some of these kids with the bucks to get them to go to the university. We got to get some way to get our homegrown kids the ability to go to college and become math teachers. It's not only for us, but for them. And I was touched by that, weren't you?
Oh, it was impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And then of course, we had our 2 town hall meetings, and they were terrific. And I had the opportunity, one little kid got up and gave a speech. I thought he was talking to the legislature. He was so good and to the point. I just got emotionally involved, and I had to hug the little guy because he was so cute. And in fact, Lindsay, I think, may take him down to the legislature on some of our bills. And then they had a social, the Latino roundtable And I think most of us were there, and it was just a great opportunity to get to know people and to talk to people and hear their needs and hear what they would like to contribute to the education of all children. And I thought it was a very, very neat event, and I thank them for that. And then I've had 4 meetings with groups of people that we call it like a gathering, and it's well received. And if you'd like some of the trustees to come and meet with 3 or 4 people, would be glad to come to your home over tea and crumpets or whatever you have and talk about the future of our greatest thing that we have, and that's our children. And all you have to do is call the Chief of Staff's office, and they'll try to set up an appointment for you. Okay, and now to the superintendent's report.
Okay, well, I'll just say ditto to many of the events we attended together for the past couple of weeks. I just want to highlight that I attended the law enforcement faith-based breakfast, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to continue with our collaboration with the faith-based community and law enforcement, Reno PD. And then at our principal meeting, we had another student speak out about voice, and we are on a mission to share our stories. And we had a lovely student from Sparks tell a beautiful story. She was an immigrant, but now she will be graduating, I believe, number 2 in her class with like a 5.1. And it's just an amazing story about the hard work and commitment that our staff continue to do with students, a variety of students. And then I'll close with, I was meeting with the staff at Desert Heights, and Mrs. Houston, I almost sent her into labor because I called her out. It was the first thing I said. I was like, and who was Mrs. Houston? And then she put her hand on her belly and she was all nervous. But really, I wanted to tell her what a great job she did with her 2nd grade class. I had the opportunity to have them read to me in the library before she came in. And I was just like giving her kudos. But luckily, she didn't have the baby there. And we had exhibitions today again at Innovations. So if you have not been a part of exhibitions and to see the transformation at Innovations, you really need to take an opportunity and schedule a visit over there. And I had an opportunity to take my mentee to lunch today and talk to her about her work and help her out with some life skills. So we've been busy, and we're excited about the work that everyone's doing for students.
Great job.
Thank you. And most of all, I want to thank the people in this room. Education just doesn't happen. Education is a task, and you're up to the task, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for every soul that you touch during these last 2 weeks. You guys are tremendous, just tremendous. Yes. How about that? Okay, we'll move right along now. Consent items, approval for items 4.02 to 4.11. Are there any that you wish to pull? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to accept those.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 4.02 through 4.11.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same signal. So carried. Let the record show unanimously. Okay, legislative items.
We had a time certain, Mr. Mayor, for 3 o'clock that we advertised.
Yes.
We did.
We did. A press release went out saying we would be discussing the discussion on item 7.02, that it would happen at 3 o'clock, an actual press release.
Okay, mine does not say that, but I trust that you can read because I taught you how in first grade.
Well, you do a great job,
Am I correct, Superintendent?
We need a motion to move to,
You don't need a motion. You can
Okay.
take it out of order if you want.
okay, I'll take it out of order since I got the
You can move the
copy.
agenda.
You don't need a motion to do that? Oh, okay.
Okay. This is the discussion on the superintendent's search for discussion and possible action. The presenters, Don Huckabee, our Chief Human Resource Officer. If you want to speak, please fill out a yellow card and pass it to somebody, and we'll take them in order. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Mayor,
Good afternoon.
Interim Superintendent Davis, members of the board. My name is Dawn Huckabee, Chief Human Resources Officer, and I'm here today to speak with you about our moving forward with the superintendent's position for Washoe County School District. What I provided earlier in your board documents is an attachment that gives you some options to consider as we move forward, looking for the district's next superintendent. And I wanted to bring that forward to you today for discussion and possible action. At the last board meeting, the March 24th board meeting that was held at Natchez, oh, I'm sorry. That's right. We're in March now. February 24th. The board expressed interest in seeking community input into the qualities that we are seeking for a superintendent. I know that we will most likely have public comment today, and that will be one opportunity to hear from the public. And then what I wanted to bring forward is the possibility of whether or not we look at the options before you. You can seek more community input into the role of the superintendent and what those qualities are. You can look at appointing a superintendent. So, for example, appointing our current interim superintendent into the role of Washoe County School District Superintendent. You can look at the possibility of a search. And what that would look like for putting together a consultant to come forward and handle a full-scale search for our superintendent. And so I wanted to just throw those options out to you for discussion as we move forward today.
Good.
Yes. For the time being, if you want to open up to questions and talk about the process in terms of community input and the search process.
You're not, excuse me, you're not going to take us through that attachment?
Yes, I can certainly take you through the attachment now.
Please do, so that our guests,
Absolutely.
our bosses, the taxpayers will know what you're saying.
Absolutely. So on your attachment,
Dawn, you might want to pull the microphone.
I'm sorry, is it hard to hear me? Is this better? So on your attachment, number one is a local superintendent search committee. This is something for the board's consideration and something that we have done in the past through our school district, because we know that it's very important to our board to have the input of our community as we move forward. What we are proposing here is that the Board of Trustees create a superintendent search committee. This committee would be led by a hired consultant specializing in the community engagement facilitation. We want this to be an external person who is leading this effort. It would be a committee that would be comprised of stakeholders. So we would be looking at diverse community members to actually go out and engage our community in discussions and look at, again, what those qualities are that our community is seeking in a superintendent, and also to gauge the perceptions of what's been happening in our school district under the leadership of Interim Superintendent Davis. This is a committee that would be guided and selected by our board. It would be driven by community members and tasked with seeking that community input. It would be taking it a step further beyond launching a survey. It would be actually really seeking that interaction and feedback from people by holding constituent meetings across the community. The Superintendent Search Committee, as directed by the board, would then bring back results to our board in a written report that would be presented at a Board of Trustees meeting. And then the Board of Trustees then could make that final determination based on that community input, whether to launch a search or to appoint our current interim superintendent Davis into the role of the Washoe County School District Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Rosenberg.
Financial impact of hiring an outside consultant. What are we talking about for money?
So what I put as an estimated cost for doing this kind of community outreach project is about $15,000. Most of that being in the consultant fee to run it. I would say there could be some internal costs as well. There could be staff costs, but that would be already being encompassed as a part of the staff job, so I didn't add that as additional compensation in there.
That's for option number one, right?
That's
That-
for
okay.
the
And I think what
superintendent.
Trustee Rosenberg was asking about was you were going forward to option number two. She isn't quite there yet.
Okay, all right.
So, do you want to discuss anything more on the committee? I could,
Any more questions on the committee?
So I would say, under possible committee representation, I think it says you should have, want to have a student on there, maybe representative from EDON, minority organization, faith-based leader, small business leader, higher education. I think you would also want a parent.
It comes right out
Right
next.
after that.
Keep reading.
Okay, but it said possible stakeholder meeting groups.
Parents are at the top.
so we can add a parent to the committee representation in terms of people who are actually going out and seeking input. And I think probably many of the people that would be represented on this would be parents as well. But absolutely, if that's the direction of the board, we can make sure that there's someone designated as parent to be on a part of that committee.
And just to clarify, if I may, so you've entitled it, and we can title it whatever we would like, a local superintendent search committee, but it's not really going to be tasked, or you're suggested is not tasked with identifying candidates in terms of doing a search themselves or bringing ideas forward or anything like that. Just the qualities of and the input from the community regarding what we need from the superintendent. And
Correct. This is really around getting the community input into what they're looking for and the qualities of a superintendent.
got it.
I think I read this, and I got some clarity after the question from Trustee Ruggiero. So I read this as each of those two groups, which are right there on the screen and here. So each of these two different lists that you have, with all of them would be involved in the committees, the groups, the meetings in the community. Did I read it? Am I reading that correctly?
The first group would be members of our community who would help lead the meetings in those groups, so that we would have a committee comprised of community members and leaders who would actually go out and meet with these different other possible stakeholder groups. So they would be a part of the process in terms of leading the meetings.
Oh, I see. Okay.
With these other groups.
Okay, and I understand Trustee Ruggiero's question in terms of involving parents in that as well. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on number one?
On the number one,
Just a second. I think she was before you.
I said I like it. That's good.
taking me back to school there, raising my
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's do that because people are interrupting people and it's hard to follow. Now, Mr. Nixon.
So on number one, how many people, should we limit that to 7 people? How many people should we have in those positions? Or should we have more so we're representing, diversity in some of the groups?
So what I had put together is about 7 people just to be the leaders to go out into the community and meet with all the other stakeholder groups. What I would advise is, I don't know if you want it to get too big in terms of people who are leading those groups, but absolutely I'm open. If the board thinks that there should be more representation, that's absolutely fine.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Where's a teacher in this? I'm not seeing a teacher on these committees, either one of them. I think that's an important factor that we need
To have a
consider.
teacher as a leader of the group.
Or even as a participating member.
Definitely when we talk about employees and employee associations, both those are a part of the meetings and groups of stakeholders that we would want to get input from.
I think we need to have a teacher that's part of a group where the lay people are involved in it. Teachers look at something different. Each member of the group will look at something slightly different. And that's how you do get a diversity of opinion and make a correlation between them.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a teacher be a part of that leadership group.
So we have this.
Dr. Taylor.
So we have this leadership, the group at the top, and including your parents, would be those that would lead the various groups, which would be comprised of this list at the bottom, and certainly open enough so that others, if they want to, be able to be involved and so on.
Absolutely, and we would want as much community input as possible. So these are just suggestions of.
We have general public there, so that
Absolutely.
makes sure we do open. We want to make sure we do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go on to number 2.
So after number 1, as I said, that's really to make sure that we have gone out into the community and received the feedback from our community about what we're looking for. At that point, as I said earlier, the board can make the decision whether to appoint Interim Superintendent Davis into the role based on that feedback and what you're hearing from our constituents. Or as a board, you may decide to launch a search. So that's what these next 2 options are around launching a search. So option number 2 is to do a national search, hire a national search consultant to come in. It's considered professional services, and what we would be looking for is someone who is experienced in K-12 superintendent searches. So we know that there's a lot of executive recruiting that goes on, but what I think we're looking for is really someone who knows about K-12 education to come in and help us with that search process. So what I laid out are some estimated costs to bring someone in if we were going to hire a consultant to come in and do a full national search. And so what I've outlined is about $50,000 for the consultant fees associated with doing a national search. And we would then select someone to conduct that search. They would meet with our board, and they would develop a plan and a timeline for how that search would go. We would develop what those priorities are based on the feedback that you receive from the community input and what, as a board, you're looking for and what our community is looking for on those qualities that were developed. And then base that into what our qualifications will be as we launch that search. That search then would include the advertising and marketing piece to do a full-scale national search. And working with that consultant then and developing that timeline, we would have an application process for that. We would have that person handle the recruitment and the advertising and the marketing for that. And then bring back for the board's consideration, it's typically 10 to 12 candidates to be screened and vetted as potential candidates for our superintendent of our school district. The consultant will develop profiles for the candidates for our board's consideration so that you have some background information on the candidates and their experience. And then we would develop a process to vet those candidates to just bring it down to probably 5 to 7 candidates that would be selected for interview and going through the process of selection. So with that process of selection with those candidates, the board would develop what you would like to see. Interviews with the board, interviews with stakeholders, or having some kind of opportunity for them to meet with and discuss their philosophy and their background and why they think that they would be the best candidate for the position. We would want to make sure that we've got, when I say internal and external stakeholders, besides our community, also our employees, leadership team, and we would want to do a series of those kinds of interviews or meet and greets with our candidates. And then through that interview process and that selection process, then the board could determine finalists and then ultimately make a selection of who our next superintendent will be. I would say to you, which I put as a bullet here, to do a full-scale search takes time, and so that we would want to keep that in mind in terms of how aggressive we want to be with those timelines and depending on when we want our superintendent in place. So we'll just want to keep that in our consideration as we're moving forward with those decisions.
Okay.
Any questions about the national search?
Any questions? Okay, go on to number 3.
So I gave you a third option listed in your attachment, which is a local search consultant. And that is to say, there's one thing to go external and launch a full national search and hire a national consulting firm, but also I wanted to give to the board for consideration having someone locally do the search for us. In thinking about how would you do kind of a localized search, you know, there's no such thing really as a regional search because when you advertise, it's going to go everywhere. It's going to go national. But we could look at a local consultant so that once you receive that feedback from the community, you could work with someone locally to launch that search. It would be more like an executive search. It wouldn't necessarily be someone that has done through their career all K-12 education searches, but someone who is definitely familiar with our community and that we would be working with locally here. And so what I put together, bless you, is some estimated costs if we were to use someone locally to help us with that search. It's a little less expensive, so what I outline is about $33,000. There's going to be less travel and expenses with someone that's here locally. The benefit of having someone here locally is, like I said, that is someone who knows the community already and is familiar with where we are, where we've been, and where we're going here in the Truckee Meadows. So the process would be similar in terms of the recruitment and selection. We would still advertise, market. We would have that person come back to us with profiles of our candidates for our board's consideration. As a board, you would meet, you would vet those candidates through the consultant, work with that consultant, keeping in mind that we have already developed what are qualities that we're looking for in our superintendent. What I put in here is maybe a smaller scale version of this. So instead of 10 to 12 candidates, maybe we're looking at 5 to 8 candidates that we would be vetting with maybe 3 to 5 finalists that would go through that process of the interviews and the meet and greets and making sure that we've got our internal and external stakeholder feedback on that. Of course, with all of these processes, there will be the reference checks, the background checking, the checking with previous employers and school districts, et cetera, and we would work through our consultant and through human resources on those processes.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Locally, are we talking Reno or were we talking Nevada?
I think that's up to the board. When I developed this, I was thinking locally here within our area because there is that familiarity with the community, but I think that is really at the board's discretion.
Do we have people like that in the community?
That's a great question. I think if the board decides that's the direction that we want to move, that's what we would do, is we would seek proposals from people locally.
Any other questions? Yes.
I just have kind of my thought process on this that I kind of want to share. In some ways, I kind of break this down into the how, the what, and the who. And that the how is the process, which is what we're discussing today. The what, which I really value the process you've thought through in terms of getting community input on what we're looking for. And then I would consider that we would take that and also have that dialogue, like I said at the last meeting, about the value of us having that dialogue around what are the characteristics and qualities that we are hearing from the community, but that we also think are important. And then that leads us to the who. And I know that there's often, and I said this again, and I'm going to say it again now, a temptation to go to the who right away. And we could end up at the same place. But I think the process of going through the how and the what and the who, as you've laid out, to getting that input, then making a decision about what we want, and then moving to the who, I think is really important. So I just want to emphasize that, and thank you for putting together these ideas and kind of helping me clarify for myself what I think the way my process ideally would work for me.
Any other questions on that one? Okay, can we look at the timeline?
Yes. So what I have in that timeline, which is under number 4 of the attachment, is our Board of Trustees would request the Superintendent Search Committee to be comprised, if that is the board's decision tonight. And then in late March, the board would then hire a consultant to conduct that community engagement through the superintendent search committee. So if the board directed tonight for us to move forward with that superintendent search committee, then we would start the process of seeking proposals for someone to be involved in that community engagement piece. Then, based on that, we would then ask the board to identify members of the people who would be overseeing the committee work with our consultant, and then what questions we want to be asked when we're going out into the community so that we can make sure that we're asking the right questions in terms of seeking the qualities that we are looking for in our superintendent. And then what I have is March 30th through April 20th is when the superintendent search committee would actually go out into the community with our set of questions and what we're looking for, and meet with our stakeholder groups and obtain that feedback and really have those open discussions about where we are as a district and where we're going in the future. And then April 28th, which is a board meeting for us, that the committee would then come back to our Board of Trustees and report out what their findings are in terms of what our community is saying. Then based on that, at the end of April, the April 28th meeting, then our Board of Trustees would discuss what they've heard based on the feedback in the report that has been provided to them, and then look at the options that I had outlined previously. Option number one being, do you move forward to then appoint interim superintendent to the superintendent's role? Option two, do you look at conducting a national search? Option three, do you look at a search but look at that with a local consultant here? Then what I have after that, if the board decides to look at a search, which is option 2 or 3, then we begin that process of the actual search and seek proposals for someone to conduct the superintendent search. It is a very tight time frame with a month to then put that out, obtain candidates, and then vet and screen the candidates, with the end of June, June 23rd, being where the board then would come back to take action to hire the superintendent. And that's if we are trying to get someone into the place of the Washoe County School District superintendent by the beginning of July.
Any questions on the timeline? Yes. Yes.
I don't have any question on the timeline. I just wanted to thank Ms. Huckabee for this very thorough and well thought out process. Thank you.
Great, great. Mr. Rosenberg.
I think this is a very ambitious,
I agree.
very ambitious, and I do worry about it. I've hired 4 presidents and 3 chancellors. It's very ambitious.
I would agree, Trustee Rosenberg, and so in putting this timeline together, again, this was if the board's decision was to have someone in place for the beginning of July for the start of our next year. And all of that then, based on discussion here with our Board of Trustees, would be what we would be looking at to say, do we need to modify this in any way?
So we have that opportunity to be
That's all right.
modified.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Stand by because there might be some things that we'll want to talk about after the public comment. Okay, we have quite a few people that want to talk to us. Remember, 3 minutes. And we'll start out with Edward Bento.
Didn't pay attention in writing class, sir.
Right.
I'll try harder next time, I promise.
And your grade will improve.
Had that same problem. So I just wrote some notes because I'm a nervous public speaker.
If you could, please give your name for the record.
Sure. My name's Edward Bento. Good afternoon, President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, Trustees.
A lot of you know me. We've worked together in the past. It's been a while since I've been up at the podium. I've served with various organizations around town, the Chamber as a director, the former Commissioner of Minority Affairs for the state of Nevada, and the list kind of goes on. But I come here as a parent. And we all know that over the last few months, over the last year, we've had a lot of turmoil in the district. And this process, I think, would only elongate that turmoil. I think we have a good candidate already. If you look at the numbers, the 2011, the graduation rate was 70%, dipped in 2012, but now we're up to about 73, 74%, on target to reach 75%. So Acting Superintendent Davis has been responsible for a lot of that since she's been here the last 3 years. She's been a classroom teacher, a principal of the year, an area superintendent, and she's been, I think, directly responsible for the graduation rates going up if you look at her responsibilities in the past. She stuck with us even after the board kind of thought about maybe bringing someone from the outside. She stayed. She's done the job for a lot less money, so hopefully she does get the job. You give her a raise, right? She deserves it. And then, I keep thinking, what are you looking for in a candidate that she doesn't have? What traits that she doesn't have already? So I'm going to say something you might find a little bit funny, but it's kind of serious. So she's taken the job even after we've kind of looked elsewhere, and we're still considering to look elsewhere. So think about it like this, and it's going to sound funny, but it's serious. It's kind of akin to me maybe asking my girlfriend to move in with me, and she agrees. A few months later, we decide to get married, right? Wedding date approaches, and I'm kind of like, well, hold on. Let me just interview a few other candidates, right? Just to make sure I'm making the right decision, right? So I've learned from experience, okay? So
Your life must be a mess.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But in all seriousness, who in their right mind would feel valued under that scenario? Who in their right mind would want to stay? Who in their right mind would trust you? So I think Acting Superintendent Davis has shown the community that she's committed to stay here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Next, we have Reverend Glenn E. Taylor Sr. You're no relation.
No relations.
All right.
She's always wanted to be in my family, though. Thank you, President Mayor and Interim Superintendent Tracy Davis, and to all of the board members. As you can tell, as many of the brethren are coming, I'm also a local pastor here. I'm Glenn Taylor. You can leave the reverend off if you want to, but I'm a pastor of Greater Light Christian Center, and I've been in this community since 1969. And Dr. Rosenberg, of course, had the pleasure of being one of my instructors up at UNR. We won't go into that, but at any rate, the reality of it all, I'm here, and I know you can't make decisions on public comment. I heard that, heard President Mayor say that earlier. But I'm here to literally tell you that when you have goal in front of you, you really don't have to dig for it. You know, she is a goal, she's a treasure. I just put it like this. I'm talking about the interim superintendent, Tracy Davis. I'm sure the members of ACON will have other parts of this as far as the recommendation to maintain Tracy Davis as the superintendent. And I'm just here to let you know that I started coming to these board meetings because of a great interest in what's been going on. I'm a grandparent now. All of my children, I have some with PhDs, and I have some with masters. I even have one decided to go back to school at a late age, got an AA, which I'm still thankful for. And you've got a job, hallelujah, you know. But nevertheless, I'm the proud parent of graduates of this school system, as well as the university school system. And I'm just so thankful that we now have an opportunity to change the climate in the Washoe County School District by having a person that I think is more than qualified. And I really appreciate, I'm just gonna go ditto for everything the brother before me said. My wife of 48 years are really thanking God that I went ditto with that, all right? But I just want you to understand that this is serious business. And when you have a person like Tracy Davis who's impacted our community, not only because she's a member of every one of our churches, but she's a member of this community. And when you see the turnout rates changing, all that good stuff, which they will address, I'm just here to give my full-fledged support as a pastor. In fact, I was looking over, you can save yourself a whole lot of money. Just pay me $15,000, I'll shake her hand, and we'll call it a day, all right? But and that's on the low end, all right? That's on the low end, all right? But I got 23 seconds left, all right? But I represent many of the members of the possible committee representation and the stakeholders. I checked off 5 that I represent. I even represent African Americans when I had hair even, okay, more so. But I'm just here to say I'm indeed glad to be here and in support of Tracy Davis, and they'll probably be a little bit more serious than I am. Thank you very much, and good success to you.
Let's see, this is going, pardon, yeah, I'll have to, John Wynn's next. I don't, did you make a card out?
I think a card's made out, but Michael Randall, can you find his?
Well, you go ahead and then you can make one out.
All right.
Go ahead and make one out.
Well, true respects and deference to the president and to this great committee that has come together. Seems like you guys are having a lot of fun now. That's a good sign. But I'm here to also say that I think when it comes to making decisions for anything, there's never an easy answer. But like Pastor Taylor said, if you give him 15, give me the 30. And I'll shake a hand too. But when I really realized, and education is very important to all of us, and I think what has happened, this board has made history already. I think you all are going to ever go down in history for the decisions you have made in the regards of the trustee board and also having an interim superintendent as Tracy Davis. And I think anytime you're growing up, like I said, I'm born and raised in Reno, Nevada. I had my challenges in the educational system. And when people see themselves, they have a greater hope. When I went to Berkeley High, I say often for a semester because my father passed and my mom remarried and we went to Berkeley High. One thing that was common ground was everyone was saying, John, where are you going to college? Where are you going to college? And it was people that looked like me. It was people that did things. I didn't think people like me were smart. But when you see people that represent you, it gives you hope. It gives you a different dynamic of life and experiences. And like I said, this is not really about emotion. This is about the facts. The facts is that she cares about students. The facts is that she cares about graduation rates. The facts is that she has worked from Clark County. If you've never been to Clark County and then come to Washoe County, there's a big difference. And if you can hang in Clark County, you're pretty tough. And I think she has shown also the ability to stand her ground in the legislature, which is not easy. Anytime you're dealing with politicians, I think we all know it can be very intimidating, it can be very challenging, it can be very tough, it can be very annoying at times because it's always trying to get people to agree on something that they're not going to agree about because of what line of the aisle you stand on. But anybody that can bring people together, and I think she's done a great job by bringing people together. I think she's done a great job by conveying the different levels of education, not just the top education, but the low tier education. And I think some people will be here to mention that. And I think anytime you can have a broader perspective of education, how to bridge those gaps, how to be concerned about that. That's what I ran on, bringing people together. That's what it's about. If we can't bring people together, why are you buzzing me, man? What's up?
It's automatic.
What? If you can bring people together, I think that's a skill. It's an art to bring people together. Because we can all, as my bishop used to say, we can stand for nothing or we can stand together. So I think when you stand together and you make things together and better together, then you can see things and opportunities change for all students. Thanks.
Thank you, River Wynn. Next is Michael Randall. I think that's him right there.
That is me. Thank you so very much for giving me an opportunity to share with you all.
to President Mayor, to Superintendent Davis, to trustees, and to this illustrious body of people who have gathered. I'm going to say, from my school of preaching, you learn to tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. And so I'm going to try that process. I'm going to say 4 things that I think is significant about the person we all seemingly, I believe, the atmosphere is suggesting that we all believe would be the best candidate and the best person for the superintendent role. 4 things. So whoever is the note keeper, make sure you note these 4 things. Number 1 is student advocacy. No one can argue against her capacity from every role she's played in her educational career as a teacher, and from the administrative aspects, that what's big to her is the student. I believe she embodies this idea of every child by name and face to graduation. And that has been seen from the time that I've known her as a deputy superintendent throughout this interim process. So with that, that's significant, student advocacy. The next one is parent, teacher, administrative, district, and community collaboration. I believe she's embodied the idea of bringing those different dynamics together. Parents, teachers, administrative, within the schools, district, this is this body, and then the community in collaboration to what? Again, every child by name and face to graduation. And then personal devotion and dedication. Because she is homegrown, and because she has stayed home and continued to work home, I believe she would have such a greater sense of devotion than perhaps someone who we've had to find from some other city without a real connection to the people of this community. And I think when you add that in, you really have something. The last one I didn't put in my notes, but I have been thinking about, and that is this: integrity. She's been the same through everything this board has gone through. And when you got that, you really got something through and through. And so, Tracy, we wish you the best. And to this board, we hope and pray that that decision would make a difference.
Thank you. And next is Bishop Dupree.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the board, to our interim superintendent, and certainly to our colleagues. And while I don't want to be redundant to all that's been said, I just simply say ditto to most of it, and to all of that I've heard them said pertaining to our interim superintendent. I think she has done a marvelous job, and all we have to do is check the records. I think the record speaks for itself. I thought about a fellow named George Carver. When his mother was kidnapped, he went to school, and when he went to school, the teacher asked him his name, and he said, "My name is Carver's George." And she told him, said, "Well, you probably need to call yourself George Carver." And as they were going to school, he discovered that someone else in the school was named George Carver, and their males getting confused and messed up and causing confusion. And so he added the W to his name. When people would ask him what the W meant, he simply said Washington. And that's how we got George Washington Carver. But because of his vast knowledge and sense of invention with the peanut, they call him the Peanut Man, he had to speak before Congress. And they did not want to hear him necessarily because of the color of his skin. But then after he spoke for a while, then everybody wanted to hear him even further. And he became later on, and well, I guess the history speaks for itself. So I would like to say that our interim superintendent has been somewhat George Washington Carver to us. Not only that she's embodied what have been expressed here already, but I think that she's been doing a great job. And since we kidnapped her from Clark County, I think her record has spoken for itself, and we would like to say we endorse her. Amen. If you would think to keep her on as superintendent, we trust that you would. And I heard Taylor already said give him 50,000, and John said he wanted the other 30,000. So there's nothing for me. But at the same time, we would do all that we can to say that we embrace our interim superintendent. I think that she has done a tremendous job thusly, and because of the board and those things that you've already done, we certainly appreciate you allowing her to serve, and I think her record speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Okay. The next one is Dr. Lupenta.
Good afternoon, President, Mayor, Interim Superintendent Davis, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Bryn Lupenta, and I've been in education a long time. And I've always prided myself on trying to do the best thing for kids, just as you do, and I feel Tracy also shares that goal. Tracy's the 6th superintendent I've worked for, and in many cases, my position has been one where I've worked closely with the superintendents. In many cases, it was unclear what the motives were for what was trying to be accomplished. From a staffing standpoint, Tracy's motives align exactly with why most folks go into education, to make a difference with children, to provide a good education, and do the right thing for kids. There was a point, and it's widely known, that I paid off my house about 10 years early because I was very concerned about whether my job would always be around or not. I was afraid of being fired because of not being able to deliver something that was requested, or because I might not be able to morally do what I was being asked. With Tracy, I've quit talking about retiring, and I'm even thinking about sticking around for a while. This board is a great board. I've watched you in action. I know that you care about kids, and you really want to do the right thing. Tracy is the superintendent who can lead us there. Please look no further when we have a highly qualified candidate whose motive is to provide an outstanding education for children, do the right thing, and who will be honest and true. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lupenta. Next, Dr. Paul Lamarca.
President Mayor, Interim Superintendent Davis, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I don't like to read things, but I'm going to today for a couple of reasons that I'll keep to myself. I've been in the field of education as an administrator for 20 years. This is my 8th year here in Washoe County, and in that time I've always been on the leadership team or executive cabinet. 6 years ago at this time, the board was searching nationally for a superintendent, a replacement for Paul Dugan. After a second search, the board selected Dr. Heath Morrison. Dr. Morrison brought to the district a sense of urgency. We might now question some of the strategies that he used, but I personally believe we did need to interrupt the stagnation of our district at that time. 3 years later, he left to what seemed to be a surprise for many. Those of us who worked closely with him were not surprised. The board conducted another national search, and a result of that search selected Pedro Martinez. Mr. Martinez, who had already been a deputy for Washoe for a brief period of time, brought some very good ideas around graduation, post-secondary articulation, and work with gifted and talented. I must say, with full respect to Mr. Martinez and to the Board of Trustees, at times his administration felt chaotic. I know that Pedro supported students. I worked with Pedro. I know he supported students, families, teachers, principals. And I know the board supported students, teachers, principals, and you still do. But there was a disconnect. There was a disconnect between the superintendent and the board. This was felt at the classroom level, and that was hard. That was a difficult time. Our students, our teachers, they need institutional support, and that begins with you, with the superintendent. I believe the best decision that Pedro made during his tenure was to bring Tracy Davis as the deputy superintendent. She was the glue that held us together on the academic side of the house. I must comment on Tracy as a deputy. In my 20 years, I've had many supervisors, many superintendents. Till I met Tracy, I never had a single supervisor that took a genuine interest in my professional growth. She has regularly challenged me, provided me with constructive feedback, and told me straight out when I was wrong, which has been often. She did this and does this because she cares. She cares about me, but more importantly, she cares about students and our constant need to strive to do better for our students. We've gone to the proverbial mat many times. She always wins. But the beauty of it is the next day when I show up to work, she'll greet me with a hug and a smile and the motivation to do the right thing today. I'm going to take just a couple more seconds if that's okay. There may be many qualified people who can lead a school district, and a search might identify some of these folks. But there is an administrator in the district that isn't already aware of the urgency that we have now. They're aware of our need for focus and what we need to do to move forward as a school district. Tracy has all the credentials that we need in a superintendent, including the experience of turning around a school, something that most people cannot say they've done. She will keep us focused on core instructional practice and on eliminating the achievement gaps. In my humble opinion, there's no need to look any further. Tracy's our leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Next is D. Parks.
Good afternoon, President John Mayer, Superintendent Tracy Davis, Board of Trustees. My name is Dee Parks. I am a concerned mom, citizen, but for 21 years I was a Washoe County School District employee that worked in middle schools and high schools. I have also seen 21 years, many superintendents in the 21 years that I have worked here. A lot of those who come from outside use Washoe County School District as a stepping stone, and I think it's really important that we do look within to find someone who is invested in our community, is passionate about our students, passionate about their employees, and passionate about our children's future. In the last 5.5 years, I have seen the culture in our district go from one of caring and support to one of bullying and intimidation of our principals, vice principals, teachers, support staff, these who work daily with our students to educate, support them, to see to their needs mentally, emotionally, and physically. The removal of Chief Maris last June was the most blatant form of bullying I have seen. It left every employee afraid to speak up for fear of losing their job or fear of retaliation. And I don't recall many people from this current administration standing up for Chief Maris. It's possible that I missed that. I heard many board members talk about in their reports the schools that they have visited, what wonderful children we have, what great principals we have, and the teachers. We need more. We need more support at the schools. They're the ones that come in contact daily with our students. They're the ones that make the positive impact on our students. They're the ones that encourage them and inspire them to move on and to grow and to graduate and do great things. But from last June of 2014 to September of 2014, in the 3 months, there were 3 new positions hired at the district level. These were not grant-funded positions. And when you factor in salaries and benefits, basically $1 to $1.5 million was spent on these positions. Imagine what that could do to our schools. I know that that hasn't stopped. I kept track of it while I was still at the school, and I actually look at jobs still being posted at the district administration level. This has to stop. And I don't know who holds the superintendent, who's accountable for that. Really quick. I want to thank the board members very much for all that you have gone through in the past year. It has been a tough one, and I totally believe that you support our students and our employees and our community. I also encourage all of you to go to the schools, hold confidential conversations with the employees, get their perspective on everything as you go through this process. There's a whole nother side than what the community sees. There's a whole side to being in the schools. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Taylor Harper, she was here, did she? Oh, she's out for a breath of fresh air.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay.
I've spoken in front of all of you a few times, and I don't get nervous, but I get long-winded, so I did type some stuff up. I want to talk first about the fact that I have been in Reno all my life. I attended Anderson Elementary, Elizabeth Lenz Elementary, Swope Middle School, Reno High School, graduated from UNR with my teaching degree, and then also later on my administrative degree. So I have seen many superintendents. I also had a mother that I will affectionately call a helicopter mom. So I knew who the superintendent was from the time I was in kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. So I remember Nebkin, I remember Hager, I remember all of them. But today I want to talk specifically. Does the train count towards my minutes?
Add background noise.
Okay, I want to talk specifically about my my experience with Tracy Davis as a school leader. So I am the principal of Innovations High School. This is my second year, proudly leading those great scholars and staff. We are the only alternative comprehensive high school in Washoe County School District. We are also the only Title I priority school in the district. And we're also the only Title I priority alternative high school in the state. So I know what high levels of accountability are. I know what high stress is. I know what a turnaround model looks like, and I live it every day. I am being charged with turning a school around in an innovative way using unheard of strategies to just kind of catapult these kids to success for the first time in their lives. I knew when I took this on that this was a huge job, and I knew in my gut what needed to happen for these kids, but I also knew that I wasn't going to be able to do it alone. And I also knew that the things that I was going to suggest might make me sound crazy to the people that I needed on my side. And one of those things was bringing big picture learning to the state of Nevada, bringing the first big picture school to the state of Nevada. What I found very quickly was that Tracy did not think I was crazy. She believed in me as a leader, and she believes in doing what's best for our scholars. Oh my God. Since I became principal of Innovations, Tracy has been on the ground level with me every step of the way. She's been with me meeting with the State Department. She's traveled across the country with me on multiple occasions to check out schools that have successfully implemented the big picture model. She has set the bar high for our district level administration by choosing to personally mentor an Innovations scholar and encourages every one of them to do the same. She visits regularly, walks through classrooms, I'm going to go quick, knows my staff and my kids, their names and faces. She knows our priority plan inside and out, participates in school events, and most importantly, holds me accountable with support and understanding. Tracy shows me daily through her leadership, and this is what's so important to me, and everyone needs to hear this and take this to heart. She remembers what it's like to be a teacher. She remembers what it's like to be a principal. She knows what it's like to be a parent and to be a child in a classroom. I've never witnessed this level of support from a superintendent in my 4 decades in Washoe County School District as a student and a leader and a teacher and a mother, and I hope that it continues.
Thank you. Next is Brian Rothy. Is he here? Yeah, here he goes. Rothy.
What of ours?
Well, I have a friend.
Thank you. I come to you today with a little bit different hat on because I have a kind of part-time job with the NIAA. That's the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association. I'm a Board of Control member. And I have a full-time job, and I'm your athletics and activities coordinator here for the district. Been doing teaching, coaching, administrating about 28 years, so been around the block a bit. I want to talk a little bit about Tracy. Kind of emotional for me. I've never had a texting relationship with a superintendent. She actually asked for my opinion on a routine basis. Where's that game, Brian? What's going on? Who's playing who? Who's the favorite? How's the field look? That's the kind of respect. And you don't have to have a raise. That's what's more important to us. We have a seat at the table. We're consulted. We're asked our professional opinion. That's worth more than anything. So it's so heartfelt for me to come and talk to you about Tracy today, because she's a friend of the NIAA and interscholastic activities and athletics in our state and in our district. She understands the importance, how it connects our academic programs and achievement. All of you have a story, maybe of some activity or athletic that you were involved in that got you where you are today. Tracy's a supporter of all those types of programs. One little hero story: we had a pool crisis this year, almost had to cancel our swimming and diving programs for the year. Tracy stepped up to the plate, found some money somewhere to partner with our city of Reno to open some pools at the last minute, and also with the help of a trustee, Taylor, who bridged some gaps with the university so we could have a diving program. She prevented from having a bunch of swimmers in here talking about why we canceled our swimming program. So if that doesn't say enough to keep Tracy Davis as our superintendent, I don't know what else I can say. She's a hero. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Next is Delisa Crane.
President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. For the record, I'm Delisa Crane with the Department of Family School Partnerships. I, too, like many of my colleagues, have been through numerous superintendents. I sat back there and counted them up. I've been here 10 years, and I've had 5 superintendents. So I'm just going to talk about what that feels like from sort of the middle of the road management level in our district. There is a lot of organizational change that kind of comes with that. It rolls down to many of us. And I'll tell you that the one thing I get frustrated about is creating lots of reports, putting together lots of information, instead of serving families or thinking about how my department can improve its practices next year so that we can reach every family in our district, which is what we're all passionate about, which is what keeps us coming to work every day. And I'm not a person that's resistant to change, but I really think at the end of the day, what rings true in my head is what Tracy always says: we're about the kids. It's about the kids. If ever I had a tagline for her, that would be it, because that's what I've heard from her so many times. We have a great leadership team right now, and Interim Superintendent Davis really gets family engagement. She understands that the home visit might make a family more willing to come to Parent University, and when our schools have family engagement plans, they have a vision at their school about what they're going to do about family engagement. So we had a conversation on a Saturday morning that she came to our Family Access Day. She greeted families, and the other thing I love about Tracy is when she comes to our events, she'll sit down and talk to a family. It's not just a PR event. She truly is there because she wants to connect with people, she wants to hear their stories, and she wants to figure out how we can improve our system to better serve our kids and our families. So my vote's for option A, and if you save the money, my department could always use a little more. So.
Love it.
Ben Hayes.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ben Hayes. I do want to support Superintendent Davis, but I don't want to talk for 3 minutes, so I'll make this quick with a couple images that I think reflect my support. The first one is this, that I think you've all seen hanging in our schools and in our offices at the beginning of the year when there was a little bit of kind of unease. We all said, and Tracy said, this is why we're here, and this is why we're here, kids. So that's the reason I've been here, and I know that these comments come from someone that's on the leadership team, from someone that's in the central office, not public, but I do want to give you my perspective. And Tracy's more about this is why we're here than almost anyone I've ever come across. And you heard her talk about at the A&S meetings, there's kids talking every time. Even in meetings in this building, we're getting student voice. Logan talked a little bit earlier about, and I'm sorry, Logan, you're doing so much work and you're so busy, but another student symposium with student voice. So kids are up front, and kids are up front and center, sorry. The second image is a little bit embarrassing for me, but I'm going for it. It's I really believe the reason I'm here, any of us in this building are here, are to support schools. Central office is worthless if it's not supporting schools. And a couple years ago, I kind of ran afoul of that, and I made I thought something was easier than it should have been, and Tracy bit me for it, and the emoji's mine, but this is what she wrote back in an email. She said, "Ben, this might be easy to say when your school isn't in the paper for a star ranking created by the people in central office. Maybe you might want to consider the pressure schools are under and how we support them." And that hit me right. You know that I like to support schools. I think that's the reason we're here. I couldn't believe that I did that. And she does that in every meeting. That's some of the stuff Dr. LaMarca was talking about. When there is a disagreement, it's because we got to support schools, and we got to support kids, and we got to support them to graduation. So in summary, I think the reason that she puts up with the weird bachelor interview scenario that you heard earlier is because she has made her vows, and she's made those vows to the kids of this district.
There's one that wanted to put down 7:02, but wants to speak after 7:01. Apparently, Mac.
Them's on?
Yeah, them's on. You want to speak after? Okay.
Deputy Chief Them's
Okay.
on.
Gwen Taylor.
No relation either.
None?
No, married to the other guy.
Man, how many
lucky guy
Taylor
right there.
clans are there?
We're taking over.
Oh, okay.
I ain't touching that line.
My name is Gwen Taylor. I work for Accept, and I'm just honored that we work with Echoloder School and Glenn Duncan School, and we do a 8-week drug prevention program, and we've been doing that for the last 6 years. I'm a little nervous. I don't know why. But I have my talking points on my iPhones. I'm gonna read them real quick. Tracy is a native Nevadan, born in Nevada, so there's no need to do a nationwide search when we have a qualified, homegrown individual who is very capable of performing the duties and carrying out the responsibilities of the job. It would be a total waste of money for us to do option 1, 2, or 3 when we got a girl that can do it from Jump Street, which means she can do it right now. She has worked as a teacher and advocate for students in both at-risk and affluent school environments. As a result, Tracy has a broad understanding and knowledge of the many challenges and needs of students at all levels. Her professional experience embraces many aspects of the educational system and includes her work as an elementary teacher, intervention teacher for at-risk students, assistant principal, area superintendent, deputy superintendent. You all heard that before. She has dedicated her experience in Nevada to serving all children, all races, all ethnicities, K through 12, and probably some college kids too. In 2011, Tracy's hard work and expertise is recognized by the National Association of Elementary School Principals with the prestigious Principal of the Year Award for the entire state of Nevada. Since coming to Washoe County, she has dedicated herself, as others have said, that all students will graduate from high school and be ready for college or a highly skilled career. She has put her strongly held beliefs about equity and diversity into action and brought life to a fledgling department. She has ensured that these beliefs are not just words, but instead are supported by the meaningful action and community collaboration that are embedded into all aspects of the Washoe County School District. Tracy has a strong commitment to the student voice, as you already have heard. She has she has a strong commitment to student voices. She has strengthened existing relationships, communication, and awareness among faith-based organizations regarding subpopulations of Pacific Islander, African American, Native Americans, Hispanics, and students in an effort to significantly close student achievement gaps. She's the one for us. Please don't waste your money. We got the best.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. That's all the cards I have. Is there?
Wait a minute.
Pardon me?
Yeah, John Abolito.
On this item? Okay, I don't have his, so go ahead.
The attorney saw it.
You did.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, Interim Superintendent Davis, honorable board members, thank you for this opportunity. What I wanted to talk about is I wanted to mention out at Wadsworth, I heard somebody mention, I believe it was the president, no more Broad Academy superintendents. That's great. Thank you. If you will recall who was here last time, that was what I suggested last time, and we ended up with Pedro anyway, but that's a different story, probably for a different day. What I'm looking for in a superintendent, and what I hope you guys are too, is somebody who's really going to protect the children. I'm not sure if Tracy's the person or not. She very well could be. One of the biggest issues we have right now in education in Nevada and across the country is this data collection. And I know you guys have heard me talk about this before. I'm down at the legislature. I hear the Washoe County legislator person, and what I hear them say is, we're worried about the district, we're not worried about the children and their data. And I'd like to have a superintendent who will stand up and do what's right for the children. I'll help her or him or whoever it is, but we need to be at these meetings where the legislators are discussing this. There was nobody there. We just had the 2 data bills come up, nobody from Washoe County except that one person who did not, in my opinion, speak to protect the children. Back in 2011, when FERPA was gutted, the ACLU wrote a statement, and what they wrote was, these changes represent a significant new privacy invasion. The rules allow much greater access to students' personal information by state officials not working directly on education by other government and private entities that are not traditional education providers. They concluded their letter with this. They have serious privacy concerns, and this is all quoting the letter. Personally identifiable student records include extremely sensitive information about individuals. Yet these rules significantly expand the number of parties who can access a record without requiring consent for the parent or student. Furthermore, the expansion of access to student records could eventually lead to sharing among other states. If this were to happen, it could lead to the creation of an immense database holding sensitive information about most Americans. Let me tell you something. I've been trying to tell you guys this. It has happened. 47 states have done this. And Nevada, from what I can see, I don't see one person down there at the legislature standing up for the children. I hear what Washoe County School District rep has to say. The last sentence, the way that ACLU ended this letter back in 2011, and this went to the U.S. Department of Ed, when it is necessary to share personal student information, the reasons for that sharing and restrictions on information must be clearly articulated. There must be no creation of a national student database. And you know what? We have one now, and nobody in Nevada is fighting for the children, and that's what concerns me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Any other? Anybody else? I don't know that.
Tiffany Young.
Okay. Tiffany Young.
For the record, I'm Tiffany Young, the coordinator for equity and diversity, and I'm actually not here to do a presentation for the board, so that's nice. I do want to say that for a couple of things, I am a parent of students in this district, not just an employee of the district, but also a member of the community. And I have to say that my biggest concern is that we make sure that we have a process in place that really, truly seeks a system that supports all of our students. And when we talk about equity, the one thing that I respect the most about Tracy, and she's continually pushed back on me about it because I come from my own personal, local, and immediate effects about being a black parent in this district of black students, is that she tells me, oh, Tiffany, it's not just about the black kids. And so I love that because she really, truly speaks about all of our students. She has defended teachers, she has questioned comments, she has defended schools, and she truly is looking for a system that serves all. And so when we talk about the kids, we also have to talk about our teachers, and we also have to talk about our principals. We have to talk about our board of trustees. And those are very real conversations. She has been very present. And I believe that, yes, we do need to have a process in place, but not at the expense of losing or wasting money, but truly a system that will give us what we truly need right now. As a parent in this district, I need to feel comfortable with what's happening with the board. I need to feel comfortable with what's happening in our schools. And I need to make sure that when my son spends the next 4 years, once he gets out of here, my daughter just graduated, that there was a system in place that is truly about what's happening with all of our students, all of our staff, and all of our community. And if that process is limited to not exerting and exasperating more dollars being spent, because you can give more to my department too, truly a system that will allow us to have some continuity right now of what's happening in this district. We've gone through a lot of change in a short amount of time. It's stressful on us as parents, it's stressful on our kids, it's stressful on our staff. So hopefully if we do have a process in place, make it a simple, clear-cut, transparent process for our community and our staff and our families. But also, we have a nugget right here. I believe that Tracy has made great strides. She believes in our staff. She supports our family. And I hope that she is the person that's chosen throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Anyone else want to address the board? None? Okay. We'll go back to the board. Who would like to lead off? Lisa Ruggiero, smiling over there.
Well, I think it's pretty clear how I feel. So just to clarify today, so this is an item for discussion or action today, and are the three things, so we have to choose between one of the options, or could we say just appoint interim Davis today? Is that, would that be allowed on this agenda?
Yes. Yes.
So that could be an
Part of
option.
the process, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's all I have at this moment,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Rosenberg?
Dorothy Gallagher taught me something a long time ago when we were hiring a president. She said to me, Howard, always remember, you never know what you're going to get. It's a crapshoot until they get here. So you're always taking a chance. The more information you have, stronger you are at making a decision. I've got a lot of information. I know where I'm leaning.
Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
I heard what the people said today, but I really still feel strongly that, and I'm a conservative guy, I hate spending money, but I think if we spend a little bit of money just to get the committee, so we have a more diverse background of people, maybe people who couldn't be here today, just to provide input, I really think that we should pursue option number one. I think that while some of us may have personal attachments or professional attachments with Tracy, those are all good, and she's doing a great job, but this is our time, and I think that we would be remiss not to look at number one and look with the community. So option number one is the way that I feel that we should proceed. I think that's doing our due diligence, and in the end, maybe it provides validation, and Tracy could be the person that's chosen.
Any other remarks? Dr. McClure?
Yeah, I don't have a particular issue with that at all. One of our constituents, I think everyone got a letter, talked about, I do not believe it wise to deny the public the opportunity to ask a candidate for superintendent questions relating to the education of the children and or the management of the school district. So I'm a very strong supporter of Tracy, and I hearken back to what Veronica said in relationship to validating the process, validating the superintendent by an open process.
Anyone else?
Sure. I think the single most important thing of all the things that I learned in my 15 minutes on the board is the single most important thing that we do is to select a leader for our district. And I said it just that way because I think that's exactly how we need to look at this, is we're selecting a leader for our district. And really in the interest of even my own transparency, I believe we have a great leader for our district. I really do. I've been through several presidential searches as well in my time at the university. And we've had internal candidates that have been successful, as well as external candidates that have been successful. So I've seen both sides of that. I want my goal in this is to, as we move forward, so no, let me go back and let me say that completely in where I was going to say in the interest of transparency. I said that. I do. I believe we have a great leader for our district. When we have staff members that show up at great risk, by the way.
Yes.
And I think that's noteworthy. That takes a level of courage that not many are willing to display. I think we have that. I think we see that. My main goal in moving forward is making sure that whomever we have as our superintendent, and I do believe that Tracy Davis is the best one to lead us forward, is in the best possible position to lead us successfully. I do to lead us successfully. And so I'm okay with getting some community input. With that, I think we've had quite a bit of community input. Frankly, on today, and we've all gotten emails and received some phone calls as well, and which is, I think that's great. I think we need to get emails and phone calls. I don't begrudge any of that. I think that it absolutely needs to be as open to that. If that's where we end up, I will be okay, quite frankly. But I will be more okay because I think I know where we're going to land. I haven't heard anything today or in any of the emails and from people that I respect, that I professionally respect, and would look to them and say, hey, what do you think? I mean, and that I've been on different sides of the issue, by the way. I received all of that, but I believe in my heart we have the leader that we need.
I agree.
Anyone else? Then I'll make the statement. I've been through a lot of these searches, both at RTC and I was on the selection committee that selected Dr. Nebgen here, and city managers at Sparks. And I will tell you this, in my heart, the ones that we promoted from within, like Sean Carey, for example, that lasted 13 years until he retired and he's having fun now. And it was terrific. The police chiefs that we have promoted from within, outstanding young men. The ones that we promoted from within at RTC ran a top-notch, award-winning outfit. And I think it all depends on this, that they had the knowledge and the gumption to explain their actions when it came to change. They didn't just come in and say, we're going to stop doing this now. They had transparency in their administration to get staff input, constituents input. And I tend to think that we have so many needs in this school district that even the $15,000 one could be used elsewhere. Yeah. And I think that with all the emails and the conversations and the phone calls that I receive, that we do have a wide, broad range of the community in support of our interim superintendent. Yes. And you know, if my shoes are comfortable, why change my shoes? And I think Tracy's like an old pair of shoes.
Oh, isn't that charming?
She's very comfortable, and I don't see why
we patent leather at that. But I don't see why we have to do a nationwide search and spend all that money. If to get candidates here from Oklahoma, put them up at the Grand Sierra Resort, interview them, and they tie with somebody else, so you bring them out again. That's just a waste of money when you got one right here. So I'm in favor of selecting and employing what's going to be. And you guys, you went back a lot on superintendents. Earl Wooster. I knew Earl Wooster. I lived down the street from Proctor Hug. So don't tell me.
God, you're old.
I am. I'm a little shade past 50.
A little shade? I got news. You're in the tree line.
But anyway, I really feel that we're going to look back, and I'm going to say, in all respect to everybody that I've known that's been a superintendent, that I'm going to look back in my rocking chair down the road and saying the one good thing I did for the children of my community was to make Tracy Davis the superintendent of schools. So that's how I feel. I'm not up for a search when I got somebody that I can do right here.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What I'd like to say is that I know that Trustee Taylor, and I steal it from her all the time, that been on the board for 15 minutes. This is the most important decision that I will make in my early tenure as a trustee. And I'm going to be honest with my colleagues and say that I am not ready to make that decision today. So I'm not sure where this is going, but I want to share that. And it has nothing to do with individuals. It has to do with, again, you all know I'm a big process person. I'm all about the how. And there's a lot between deciding today and full national search in terms of options. And I just want to put that out there as a reminder, because I have received lots of emails as well directly to me with nothing but the message of process and take it slow. We heard one public comment earlier in the meeting today that said that there is no urgency to make that decision today. So I'm just putting that out there, because I'll just say I'm not in my mind ready, and in terms of what I see as my responsibility to this community and to this board and to the students of Washoe County, ready to make that decision. The decision may end up, and could end up easily being the decision that many of you already have made, but I'm not there yet. So I'm just going to be honest. It's difficult to say this, very difficult to say this.
Yeah, that's fine. I have seen, I can't remember how many superintendents. I have never seen one that has been able to knit together disparate factions more completely and more quickly in my life than I have. I would like to make a motion. I move that we name Tracy Davis permanent superintendent, subject to contract and the rest of that kind of thing.
Mr. President, I was going to ask you, can we have a break before we vote? I need to have one.
You need to have a break. Let me get a second first, and I don't know if, well, is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we take a break?
She can move for personal.
Okay, a personal.
That was called a personal moment? I've never moved for a personal moment before.
Well, you don't have to be specific.
Privilege.
Well, thank you.
Point of personal privilege or something like that.
Privilege.
Okay, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was appointed, right before the vote, you guys took a break to kind of mull over it a little bit. I'd like that same opportunity, if you would.
You know what? Since you're such a wonderful lady, I'll give you 10 minutes.
Oh, you're generous.
We'll recess this for 10 minutes. Okay, we'll call this back to order. We do have a motion on the floor. It is discussable, however, if anyone wants to discuss it. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Actually, I do have a comment.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay.
I just want to say that my vote on this is going to be based solely on process.
Okay.
Not at all. I'm just going to say that now.
Okay, that's fine.
You know, I think that there's a motion out there, and I think that we're not doing our job to the best of our ability not to go through the process. I'm not saying a national search, but I would ask that we reconsider the motion and can maybe consider a motion that would give us option number 1, because it shows credibility to this board. It shows validation for Tracy Davis, should she be the one that we land with later down the road. And more importantly, it gets more people on our plane before we land it. I think that we need to be careful not to make this decision based off of emotion, how we feel, and our relationships with the superintendent, interim superintendent, but with that of the community, a broad population of the community. And I don't
Okay.
think we have that represented here today.
Okay.
Just for a point of order.
Yeah.
If there was it wouldn't be a motion for reconsideration, it would be a motion to amend the motion that's on the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Howard, you raised your hand?
Yes.
It is our responsibility to do what we feel is the right thing to do. I'm 80 years old. I've been around the block a lot of times. I've seen a lot of things happen. I have not seen one person in this room that has anything negative to say about the motion that I've just made. I understand your feeling, and I like to involve the community. I've taught a good many members of this community, but I really feel, after a lot of experience, that we have what we need. We don't need to do anything further except make a decision based upon how we feel and what our conscience tells us needs to be done. I respect what you've said, Nick. I truly do. But I feel very strongly about this.
Any others? Yes.
Yes, my comments are that, I don't go back at all on thinking that we have the leader that we need for the district. I believe that firmly. I don't think anybody can say or do anything that would change that in me. The only concern that I have is I want Tracy to be our next superintendent. I'll say that very openly, in case it wasn't very clear. I want her to have the best chance to be successful. And so my only concern, the reason I asked for a break is because I needed to just kind of have a meeting with myself. If you haven't done that before, you should try it.
Meeting with yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I want her to be able to be as successful as she's gonna make it happen no matter what. I believe that. I want everyone to give her the best chance that they can. I want her to be as successful as she can be. So that's my turmoil.
I'm ready to make a vote.
Okay, you're calling.
I'm ready to make a vote.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Before you call for the question, I just need a clarity on Trustee Smith. Did you make a motion earlier? You were talking about
No, I just asked.
He asked for an amendment.
Mr. Rosenberg to consider his.
To consider an amendment.
Yeah.
You weren't informed of it.
No.
We can't get a motion on the floor.
Okay. We're going to vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It's 5-2. Tracy Davis is our new superintendent.
Mr. President. As a point of order, because I believe on the prevailing side, I think it's important that we show our full support for her. So I'd like to bring it up for reconsideration, make a motion to bring it up for reconsideration so we have an opportunity for a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Vice President Taylor.
The second? I made that motion.
It's been
I second that motion.
moved and seconded.
So all in favor of reconsideration?
All in favor of reconsideration, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
No, I didn't say aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed?
You didn't?
No.
What did you say?
I don't want to consider it.
Okay. It passes 6-1. We'll reconsider. All those in favor of Tracy Davis as the superintendent, signify by raising your hand. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. It's 6-1. She is our superintendent.
Right.
Any objections if I let our new superintendent address this body? Any objections?
Not at all.
Okay, Mrs. Tracy, or should I say Superintendent Davis.
Thank you, President Mayor. I really don't have a speech because I really didn't know what was going to happen today. The most awkward seat in the House is this one, because you have to be neutral to people's feelings and know that their decisions are not personal. They're based on a belief of process. And I know at the end of the day, all 8 of us will work to be the best we can be for every kid by name and face to graduation. So just publicly to Trustee Frankel and Trustee Nick, I know our working relationship and I do understand about process, and that decision was never about the person in this seat. So as you walk out today, know that I truly do understand that. But for the rest of the board, I think it is a continuation of the work we've pushed forward for the past 6 months. And not just work by me, there's an amazing staff of people who work at the greenhouse. There are teachers, there are principals, bus drivers, custodians, Betty at night. There is an amazing team of employees that make this district work. And our goal and our mission is to continue to make it work. We talk about going from good to great. That happens with collaboration of every stakeholder. The road may be bumpy and it may not be easy on the way, but together we can smooth out those bumps and do the right things for every kid. So I thank you, and I am encouraged by today, and know that tomorrow I have a full schedule, and I would have had a full schedule anyway. So the news reporters are gonna ask me, how does it feel? And I see the RGJ just put it up, and thank you, they're really quick with that, wow. And they'll want to know lots of questions, but
What took them so long?
Right.
the question about the decision, we need to be clear, is not about race. It's about every kid. When I step into a school, it's about every child, whether they're GT, whether they're special ed, whether they're ELL, whether they're in the middle. We have to do our best for every child that walks through our buildings. And with your help and continued support, I am sure that we will achieve our goals. We have a long agenda, so I won't keep talking, but thank you. Thank you.
You know, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to go out there and shake hands with those nice people out there, your staff. Press conference and what have you. I'm sure that they're going to have...
Okay.
All right? So I'm going to say, let's see, come back 20 to 6. But thanks.
Buns in here, come on. We got business to conduct. Yes, we have to do something to justify all the food. There's 2 of them.
Now
right?
Lisa's. Talking to Tracy. Oh, no, I'm going. Yeah, wait. There's not going to be any backlash.
Oh, yes. John?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mike Kate just sent me a letter. Mike Kate.
Yes.
Oh.
They voted it now.
Backlash. All right, we're going to start. Could someone close the back gate? We're going to, what? No. I know, but you were taking too much time. Not. And then there won't be a quorum. If I leave, there won't be a quorum. They can wait. All right, we got a pool. We're going to pool 701 on graduation initiative till a later date. So we also are going to pool, and I don't see her here, Lisa Scurry. So I'll just go and say that we're pulling 705. It needs some more work. Okay, so that pushes us to 7.03. Administration of state prescribed examinations, including smarter balanced assessment, for discussion and possible action. Okay. Oh.
To 3.
Well, you're going to have to wait. We just lost our quorum. Well, Angie, we'll have to wait for Angie to come back. She went out the door. Just a second. We need a quorum. Yeah.
You don't look like Trustee Ruggiero. Sorry. Blonde you may be, not that blonde.
He's more ready, Sherry, isn't he?
In Nick's seat, we both work in restaurants.
Okay. This item's being presented by, well, Scott Bailey is no, Ben Hayes and Sandra from
Director of Assessment, Department of Assessment.
former, the wonderful principal out at
Alice Smith.
Alice
Yes.
Smith. Okay. Ball's in your court.
Okay. President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, Chief Accountability Officer Ben Hayes for the record. Scott Bailey couldn't be here, he's recovering, so warm thoughts and wishes to him. This item is on the agenda because there's more and more concern about the Smarter Balanced participation. So we wanted to give Sandy Aird, our Director of Assessment, wanted to give an update with the facts kind of holding us to what we need to do for SBAC participation. I want to say first, for the records, we do have kind of assessment standards that we do follow, and the gist of them is don't test a kid unless you're going to use that information and you're going to use it well. One of the best kind of things that in the introduction that I highlight to kind of keep referring people to is a quick quote I'll read. Individuals and institutions benefit when testing helps them to achieve their goals. Society in turn benefits when testing contributes to the achievement of individuals. So the reason we test is to support kids to graduation and to support our system to get better and better. And with that, I'll hand it over to Director Aird, and she's got the kind of the facts of the issues.
Thank you very much, President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, and trustees. Thank you very much. For the record, Sandra Aird, Director of Assessment. Thank you very much for inviting us this afternoon to present some of the documents, the guiding documents that we use and inform our decisions and our responses when we are asked about participation on state assessments. It is our responsibility as the Department of Assessment to make sure that we administer all state assessments in accordance with the Nevada revised statutes. The state assessments that we have are aligned in the NRS, and they are aligned to the United States Code Title 20 in the assessment section under state plans. And it says specifically to measure the achievement of all children. The NRS 389.550 provides for the administration of these exams. There is no opt-out language in these exams or in this law for the exams, as noted by Superintendent of Public Instruction, Dale Urquiagua, in a guidance memo in November of 2013. The Nevada Revised Statute in more detail requires that the State Board of Education prescribe exams that measure the achievement of all and proficiency of our pupils. And furthermore, it's administered in each school and in accordance with the procedures of the State Board. The Nevada Administrative Code defines those administrative guidelines to be assessing all students grades 3 through 8 on the CRT, and this year the State Board has adopted the Smarter Balanced Assessment for the CRT this year, and it is to be administered pursuant to the current manual. That current manual for our district that we are, or for the state that we are following, is the Test Securities Procedures Manual for 2014-15. In that manual, on page 3 of that manual, it notes that all students must be assessed in grades 3 through 8, and they must participate in that statewide assessment. It continues on page 3 to talk about the federal and state requirements are aligned. Next slide, please. Thank you. Federal and state requirements are aligned to support the administration, and that all students must participate fully and meaningfully in these state assessments that we provide. The latest memo from our Superintendent of Public Instruction from March of 2014 is a guidance memo where he reiterates that students are required to participate in those assessments. Thank you. These documents that I've shared align with and guide our work in the Office of Academics, as well as specifically in the Department of Assessment. To discuss the district accountability that is related to these assessments, I do want to turn it over to Ben Hayes, our Chief Accountability Officer.
Thank you. Can we have the next slide? Just real quickly, the reason a lot of these statutes exist, and certainly the testing manual, is because of the federal requirements of 3rd through 8 testing. So in order to qualify for special ed, IDEA, and Title I, Title II, and some nutrition assistance, and several other things, under the ESEA law, we have to test at least 95% of our students and 95% of all of our subgroups. So in order to do that, we kind of stick with all those laws, and that's why those laws are in there. More importantly, so that's the accountability consequences, and even in the ESEA waiver, it's addressed as a school can get a 1-star automatic rating, which we would try to avoid, obviously. More importantly, though, as a district, we kind of are trying to shift to away from the AYP accountability and the ability to account. And again, like I said at the beginning, we really want to assess and kind of account for where every child is on their way to graduation. So that's why we believe firmly in the 95% or more, 100% assessment. And again, when we assess students, it's our obligation to protect that data, those data, and to use those data for the betterment of the education system. Thank you. And then I believe the last slide is, there is no last slide. I think so.
That's our last slide.
Sandra is the expert, and she can answer any questions related to assessment, and I can handle the accountability questions.
Okay, Mr. Rosenberg.
We've heard a lot about information that shouldn't be collected on kids. I'm confused as to what that information might be and how well protected is the information. Is it firewall? Does it have all kinds of protections? Or is it just open for any hacker to get in and find out anything he wants?
Ben Hayes, for the record. I agree with you that, or I think your concern is that there are a lot more data being collected now, but we've been collecting data for, since 100 years. But we need to, there's confusion among the public, so we need to be transparent about what data we're collecting. There are 2 bills open at the legislature. I think Lindsay Anderson might talk about them. That seek to address, to have whatever's in the state SANE system, longitudinal accountability system, every element that's in there, explain why we're collecting it and what's in there. And then for things outside of that, categorically say this is why we're collecting. Things like climate survey, we want to keep those information. To the point about the firewall, each one of our kind of vendor contracts, and Ed Gracia can speak better to this than me. So for instance, with Infinite Campus, they have to provide protections and do provide strong security protections. Within our district, we have strong firewalls and protections. And even when whoever, and I can't speak for the state, but I do know that the SBAC consortium, when the state contracted with Measured Progress for this go-round, their contract has to provide for safety and the protection of student identifiable information. So yes, the question to, is it data safe? I believe it is, and we have a strong obligation to keep it safe. I also agree that we have the obligation to tell the public what we're collecting and why we're collecting it and use it.
So that will be public.
Yeah, and we've always encouraged parents to talk to our educators about their child's data, their teachers and their students. And, we can't compile every single piece of what band equipment did Ben check out and which athletic dues has he paid into one spot, but we have always encouraged our educators to share their students' data with the appropriate parents.
Any other questions?
I actually have some questions. I don't know. I apologize for not being in here to listen, so I'm not sure where we left off, and my computer has got a bug or something, doesn't want to open up your slideshow. So you're on the last slide, right?
Slide. Yeah.
That's what I thought, because I did go through this in advance.
Okay.
Couple questions that I have. So I have really tried to do my research on this and talk to people and look on the web, and I know that everything on the web is probably not true, but some of it is. So some of the questions that I have, specifically about the SBAC test, is it seems that it might be a little bit intrusive into the lives of our kiddos, asking some questions that maybe we haven't asked in the past, that I'm not sure are relevant as I understand the nature of the test. For instance, average household income. I don't know why we would need to supply, and I don't know, and you can debunk this for me, but these are the things that I'm hearing and I'm reading, asking for social security numbers, asking for birth dates. I'm not sure how any of that, and so maybe you haven't seen it. I'm guessing by the looks you're not seeing it.
I have not seen that they ask for any of those types of questions about student information on the SBAC.
What you might have seen, is so for example, when a kid takes an ACT or an SAT, they optionally ask, and Logan can speak as well as me to this, household income, parents' education level. That's not part of the SBAC, and that's not part of certainly not part of our fill in the boxes.
Okay. I'm receiving some constituent concerns that the test is actually designed to fail 2/3, and that's according to the SBAC's own website, and I have the data here. That I actually looked it up to make sure that I wasn't getting something that was false. And just in the mathematics side, well, it looks like they're failing 2/3. I don't know enough about it, but why would we be failing 2/3 of the kids? Are we trying to set a lower standard so next year we do better, or are kids just not good enough to pass the test?
Good question. The Smarter Balance was designed to evaluate and test students on the Common Core standards. So with the field test and the pilot test, because the Common Core standards are a much higher rigor for students. We did the pilot test and the field test. The consortium did predict and found from those two tests that more students were ending up in level 1 or level 2 of the continuum on the road to college and career readiness. We had more students ending up in those lower 2 categories. I believe this is a function of the fact that the rigor has increased dramatically, because we are having our minds and our sights set on preparing our students for college and career and giving those students as many options and opportunities as we can when they graduate from high school. So it is a function of the increased rigor, as opposed to saying that they're going to fail or saying that it was designed to fail. It was designed to assess the Common Core standards and students' achievement according to those standards.
So it'd be fair for me to think that since Common Core we're still rolling it out in some areas, right? That maybe just some kids haven't had enough Common Core curriculum to be able to get through the test. But in later generations, or just a couple years from now, first graders who are going to be in third grade in a couple years, they will likely do better because they've had more time with Common Core math.
Right. We do expect to see continuous growth with these standards. As the standards become ingrained and embedded within our schools, students are expected to do better and perform better on the assessment that is aligned with the Common Core standards or the Nevada academic standards.
In my understanding, correct me from one of the 700 workshops that we had in Nashville, one was on the Common Core. And when they talked about SBAC and talked about the other type of text parks and so on, my understanding as it relates, because obviously we knew this was coming up with us, was really along the line of what you're saying. It's a really a component of the rigor being higher, and because it's being so early, that a higher number than anybody would like, because they're actually telling board members get ready,
right?
Because there is the likelihood of increased lower performance because it's new on the. But just as you said, Trustee Smith, as kids go along and they've had more of that curriculum and more of that education within that, then we should see those gaps. We should see those numbers move in the positive direction. And of course, they encouraged us to make sure we're watching that. Because if that isn't happening, it's back to, as you said, preparing our teachers to do the job, because it's new for them as well, teaching in a different way. So that's what I grasped. I left there feeling like, okay, because I'm with you. I've done some research, and of course, Mr. Eppolito sends us stuff to read all the time, and I mean, so you have to check stuff out.
Right. Absolutely.
And so it made me. They talked specifically about that because many people in the room, all board members and some superintendents, had the same kind of concern. So.
Right.
One thing I would add, just from an accountability standpoint, is there should, with that document that shows the cut scores and all that, there should be an interpretation and use agreement in there. The SBAC consortium is real careful to say that we need to start getting away from the language of fail and not fail, or proficient and not proficient, and start looking at certainly those levels 1, 2, 3, 4, but also looking at the scale scores and how kids are doing. Certainly looking at the growth, but yeah, we do expect kind of proficiency to go down a little bit and then start creeping back up, like we've seen with when they've reset standards in this state a few times. Second thing I would say is if you look at our 8th grade math test, it's kind of a good bellwether. It's in the lower 40% in this district. I think it might be in the upper 30. So similar kind of scores. Upper 30% are proficient on that test, and it's just kind of a bellwether of rougher standards, which kind of leads to, you've all seen us present a 300 passing score on the state CRT or the HSPE is a minimum competency, and it doesn't lead to a college ready. It doesn't lead to great options when our kids cross the graduation stage. So yeah, we'll get a baseline and climb from there.
You know, I got a call today that I just couldn't believe. And the parent was really worried, and I could tell it in her voice. She says, they're giving this big test, and if my kid doesn't pass the test, they're going to fail the grade. And I can never remember when any standardized testing, when I was a kid, even back in Stanford Achievement Test days, was ever used to determine the grade of a student. I can't remember it. Has that ever been a practice?
It has not been a practice as long as I've been in education. It's a summative assessment to help guide and influence our instruction, but not something that is a pass-fail for the student.
In fact, our grading policy prohibits that. So there are there are common district finals that are math finals that are used, and they're supposed to use for a percentage of the grade, but no, none of these tests, they're prohibited, in fact. From use.
So when this gal called me, where did she hear this? Surely a teacher wouldn't say, you don't pass this test, I'm going to fail you.
I don't think I can address that because I don't know where that.
Yeah, I don't know. I asked her which school and stuff like that, but she wouldn't tell me. Yes.
And I really appreciate you all being here because there are we are hearing a lot of different things, and there's different schools, there's different sources of information, and I, like Trustee Smith and Vice President Taylor, do research and explore it. One of the things that I hear a lot about is concerns from parents, and as one, I share the concern at times with the amount of time that's spent on testing. Now, my daughter's a junior, so she's gone through years of testing, and I've always had that concern of how many hours she spent testing. But is there a change, or can you describe that a little bit in terms of what's the difference between, let's say, the CRTs or the prior tests and the administration of these aspects? Just to get that, because my goal here is to get information to all of us, but also to the public, because you all are giving us the real story, which I think is important.
Absolutely. So the manuals from the Smarter assessment indicate that a student in 3rd through 6th grade would take about 7 hours. Over time, it would not all be in one day. In fact, we have given instruction recommendations to the schools to break that up into 1-hour sessions for the students, and the window is a 6-week window, so they can do those 1-hour sessions over 6 weeks. The CRT, because I was a principal last year in an elementary, the CRT for my 6th graders did take 8 hours for some of those students, and it was an assessment where they needed to complete an entire section, and the entire class stayed for the entire section to be completed, which had some students sitting idle for a while the rest of the class completed it. So it was easily, for 6th grade, 5th and 6th grade, at least an 8-hour. We do have science again, and that typically is a 3-hour exam in 2 different sections, sometimes a 4-hour exam in 2 different sections, and we'll have 5th grade and 8th grade taking that this year. I do suspect that because this is a new assessment, the whole idea of computerized logging on, logging off, the first time students do that, it might increase the time a half hour here or there, but I don't expect it to be a long, arduous process. The manuals do say 7 hours, 7.5 for 6 through 8. The math will take the 6 through 8 a little longer because it is some more problem solving for those kiddos.
I have a 6th grader, a 5th grader, and a 3rd grader, so I'm worried about the same thing, especially my daughter. She's the one that goes into the principal's office afterwards to make sure she can do as well. Don't take it that seriously. So I'm concerned, and I'm certain it'll take longer, but I think it'll be a better assessment than the CRT.
And my sense is you'll probably keep, since this is our first year to do it, you'll be keeping track of that kind of information too, in terms of the time it takes. And I know the learning curve on computers will get quicker. I mean, it levels out. But I'm hopeful that we can hear some information back about that as well in the future.
Yes, absolutely. We did ask the schools to turn in their calendars or their testing schedules so that we can kind of monitor who takes what exams and how long it takes, so that we can get that feedback to share with you and to share with the state as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Rosenberg?
The basic idea of the test is to find out what the child knows, and by extension, naturally, what the child doesn't know. Why would it require anything more than his name or her name?
The data that we have and that I have seen on the rosters includes an ID number, which is a number that the students just have to type in so that they're associated with that assessment. It has their last name, their middle name, the grade level, then ethnic and IEP or free and reduced lunch. I believe those are the categories that
it asks
are on.
Ethnic?
Yeah, it's pre-slugged. It's all pre-slugged for the student, but that's the roster that we have and the schools have.
And we have to do that for this same reason.
It's for that.
Federal reporting requires to.
You have to just be able to just disaggregate the data to see if any group is disproportionately impacted by
See,
it.
what I'm concerned with is the idea behind the test should be to find out what a student knows. All right, you want other information, then you get it another way. You don't get it via the test.
So
That's what I think most people are really having a bad time with.
And that's what I'm kind of concerned with. So some of the complaints I have is there are up to 400 questions that could be asked that are kind of intimate, to include things like religious affiliation. How does that help us decide which subgroup is not doing well?
Right. On the roster that I saw today, in fact, I was working with a school with the roster. The only information that's included this year on Smarter Balance is the same information that was included on CRTs in previous years, so that we can disaggregate the data for the state and the Department of Ed.
I have another one. I'm reading the accountability consequences, and I know I have spoken to some people about how I feel about the accountability consequences, but here nor there. The state superintendent has said that since there is no specific language in the NRS providing for an opt-out provision, that parents are not allowed to opt their children out. That being said, what is the understanding amongst our administrators and our site facilitators if a student simply says to the teacher, I don't feel comfortable taking this test, and so I'm not going to take it? There's not an parent involvement. That's a child to a administrator or teacher. What happens to that student?
At this point, we have asked the state for guidance on that issue in particular. I have been in contact with the public information officer for the NDE, and I have been told that that question has gone to the Attorney General for an opinion. So at this point, what I am advising principals, and I have worked with Mr. Bailey as well, is to let the parent have a copy of the memo that you have from Dale Urquiagua, to let them know this is where we stand right now.
Point of clarification. The student is there today.
Oh,
the test
I'm
is
sorry.
in front of them. I don't want to take this test.
Right.
That's what I want you to address. Not because then the parent's too late, right? We're not going to call them down and say, let's address this.
I apologize.
The parent's done.
Yes.
So we're dealing with the student, polite, not disruptive. I just don't want to take this test.
Right. At this point, we have not given the principals a firm directive on that, but we will before the testing begins.
And
What will that directive be?
and that's what I want to be. That's what I'm curious to know. What's that directive looking like?
May I add, President, Mayor? Sandy's right. We haven't provided firm guidance because we're waiting on it from the state. However, students will not be punished if they do not participate in the test. Students will be provided an educational opportunity if they're at school and they are not going to test. But our obligation to the state is to encourage them and their families that we do make good meaning out of this information to help them to grow. So nothing punitive would occur. However, there are very strict rules enforced that require participation rates.
Hence the accountability consequences.
Right. So in my previous life with the State Department of Education, we will encourage strong documentation. The principals should be reaching out to families, encouraging them to test. We want them to test. If there is an ongoing refusal, we document that. And then if we get to a situation with the state, we present that information in an attempt to say that only 94% of the kids participated, but we made an attempt to have 100% of the kids participate.
You had an open line of communication.
Right, and we attempt to appeal that. And I'll tell you that sometimes it doesn't work, and our schools will still be held accountable for that. That's the reality of it. But kids will not be punished for not participating.
And that's what I was looking to hear. And the kid just peacefully says, hey, like if they do what I did and rip up the book, I get it, right? Because I did that. Because I'm not for standardized testing. I think you test on the other side of the desk for competency of the teacher. And if they know what they're teaching, then they're going to have a high success at penetration. However, if they're a little wobbly and they only lesson planned 2 days ago, and maybe their penetration might not be strong enough. So I just want to, you answered the question. Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. I appreciate it.
More questions?
No, Lisa, you had one? Did you? No. I was just going to say that I think, and something that Ben said early on is I think that we want to do the best job that we can in informing our site administrators, you know this, and our teachers, because there is so much consternation around this and concern. And as I've discovered in the time that I've been on the board and been dealing with this, a lot of misinformation that seems to get legs. And it gets contagious and rolls around and that. So what I would like to just see that we do what we can to work against that, because the reality of it is we have a lot of funding at stake for something that we haven't even done yet, that may turn out to be a wonderful thing that really helps our students grow, helps us see where they are, helps our kids, perform at a higher level, because the rigor is increased and approach is different, and it could be a wonderful thing. And we have a lot of consternation, a lot of money at stake with a lot of things that are happening and a lot of things that are being said that I have found to be untrue. There are some things that have been true, but a lot of it I found to be untrue, like some of the information, 400 questions, I have found that to be untrue. Religious affiliation, I have found that to be untrue. I mean, that's a lot.
I haven't found where to look. That's why I was asking.
No, and that's okay, because there's a whole lot of information out there, and everyone's doing what we can to figure it out. But those are kinds of things that get in the way, and we don't want that to prohibit a kid, to prevent a child from having the best growth opportunity that they can. So, is there something that you think that we should be doing as a district that we can better do to equip our teachers, our site administrators to better inform the parents or give them a little more at ease? Because most of what we're getting are people that are really, really concerned, because these are their kids and they have concerns, and I don't blame them for that.
Right. And this year, our department has kind of been on a campaign to work with our implementation specialists to get that message out to the schools so that it can filter down to parents, and let them know that this is an assessment that is a higher rigor. Some of the students might fall into the 1 or 2 level category, but it's because it's the first year. We are moving forward. We have actually been working with the Common Core, the Nevada Academic Content Standards, for quite some time. I don't know what it's going to look like. Based on the pilot test, based on the field test, they're predicting lower scores, but we're getting that message out so that parents know, teachers know, administrators know. So from our department, we've been working with the employees of the district through the implementation specialists.
Thank you. I know it's a challenge. Thank you.
I have another question. So my understanding, Common Core is a set of standards that states adopted, right? Particularly in Nevada, Jim Gibbons, a week before Race to the Top, and we didn't get Race to the Top money anyway. That being said, so we adopted the standard, and then it was incumbent upon us to create the curriculum to meet the standard, right?
Right.
So to expound upon that a little bit, the SBAC test is created by a consortium, not by the state of Nevada. But we took a standard and we wrote a curriculum. Well, why aren't we writing a test? And you can call it Nevada back. I don't know what you want to call it. It doesn't matter to me. But it would seem to me that if we created the curriculum to support the standard, then it should be our teachers and our administrators creating the test, because these are our kids, not somebody else's. And so did we have an opportunity to create the test?
Excuse me, may I just interject quickly? You're making the same mistake that so many people make. You're being rational and logical. That has no place in education. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith.
Well, maybe not, but did we get a chance to create our own test?
The adoption of the Smarter Balanced Assessment was a state board decision that was made last fall. I will tell the consortium, we did have representatives from Nevada on the consortium, as well as all the other states. The state sent representatives to the achievement level meeting that they had in Dallas last fall. So we have had representatives from Nevada for the entire process on the consortium.
Excellent. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will say, in the interest of time, I'll talk really fast. And I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question, Trustee Rosenberg, about why do we need to ask more than that. I thought you meant that was the test, that you just find out if they know their name. I think we have an obligation to be good stewards of public funding.
Sure.
So what I will speak from the research perspective that we've benefited with graduation rate, with a whole bunch of other stuff, by looking at each student population, linking tests to other things like attendance, like discipline. And we certainly don't share discipline data, but things like that has helped us. We have an obligation to be better stewards and program evaluation, finding out what investments are working, what's not, trying to do that. So that's why we collect the other information. I want to say on the record, we don't ask the kids kind of all of that. We put them in before them so they're not bogged down by it. And then to address, and I appreciate your position a lot, Trustee Smith. I'm one as a Nevada resident and with kids in our schools. I'm looking forward to showing how our Washoe students are doing against the entire consortium, because I'm tired of saying that we're number 50 out of 50.
Okay.
So it would be a beautiful thing to show that Washoe kids are doing pretty well against the rest of the consortium.
Angie.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think I heard what I needed to hear. The district will not punish a kid at this point for not taking the test, unless they're irrational and disruptive, and then, well, yeah, that happens, right? But if they just say, I don't feel like I should be taking this test, that's not an opt-out, that's a refusal. And right now, until we hear the AG's opinion, we're going to err of the side, we're going to give them other instructional opportunities. And I think that's the important thing. While we still need to try to get to 95% taking the test anyways, and that's not just SBAC, right? That's any criterion reference test.
Any of our state mandated assessments.
Okay, so any state mandated. Okay, that's a bummer. That's our money anyways. It's coercion. I have nothing else to ask you. I'm sorry I missed the presentation, but you may know, I have been reading through these slides since they've been available to me, just trying to get this information. And maybe some of it, and like I said, I'm the first to admit, not all the information I have is good. Because sometimes it's hard for me to find a place of reference to verify what's good and what's bad. And so that's why having you guys here, and that's why I asked if we can have this presentation as a frame of reference so I can really have something.
Well, and I appreciate having the opportunity to come and speak with you. So thank you.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Only one caveat to this thing that really makes me nervous. Will we begin teaching to the test? If we do, we're in trouble.
It's impossible.
Because it's a no, once you take the test, it's possible. 50 years ago, New York went through the similar kind of thing with the Regents exams. They finally threw them out because it just didn't work. I'm not saying the same thing will happen here, but those of us of a certain age really get nervous about this kind of thing because we've had bad experience with other things. Maybe this will be different. I hope it will.
I must say at this point, the curriculum department, C&I, as well as assessment, continuously have the message, teach the standards, teach the standards. The test will work itself out. Our job is to teach the standards.
Okay.
We're ready for probably public comment.
Ready for
You
public
good, Trustee
comment.
Smith? You have any questions?
John Eppolito.
Thank you.
My name is John Eppolito. For the record, 3 minutes is not near enough. I've been researching this for almost 2 years. But what PBS called this is a massive experiment in American public education. The major private funder is Bill Gates. What he said in Harvard is, quote, "It would be great if our education stuff worked, but that we won't know for probably a decade." I have kids in 4th grade. They can't wait a decade. Well, Mr. Gates is experimenting on this while his kids are in a non-Common Core school. And so are most of the people pushing this. The entire Nevada consortium, this gentleman here said we're going to be compare our students. That's going to be 14 or 15 other states that are still in SBAC. Half the Common Core states have already dropped out of the Common Core test, SBAC or PARC. Common Core is not higher standards. Common Core stops with Algebra 2. My son out there finished Common Core Math in 9th grade. Common Core Math ends with a weird geometry class with very few proofs, and then the final class is a very weak Algebra 2 class. He finished it in 9th grade. The SAT had to be dumbed down to align with Common Core. The data, 200, these are the sane data points from the state of Nevada. That's 200 data points. You guys can look through them yourself. One that probably comes up the most is discipline. They want to know what's wrong with these kids. This will probably follow them the rest of their lives. Nobody seems that concerned. These guys sure aren't. 400 data points is what the National Center for Education Statistics suggests we collect. Religion is one of those 400. There's 29 religions. Many of these categories have up to 100 subcategories underneath them. The reason this is out there is because the federal government gave funds for all the states. Nevada took $10 million to develop the Nevada Statewide Longitudinal Data System. According to the Data Quality Campaign, another entity funded by Gates, Nevada is only halfway to completing the statewide longitudinal data system. I don't know if that's why they show 400, but the national shows, or excuse me, Nevada shows 200 and national shows 400. I'm not sure. These data collection bills, Friday, the only bill that would protect students was presented on Friday. And there was a data security expert there, and he says we cannot guarantee this data is safe, especially with the way things are in Nevada. His name is Tom Considine. It's not near enough time. I'm the president
I'm
of...
sorry. Thank you.
You still have 25 seconds.
You still have time on the clock.
27,
He
yeah.
said he was sorry. It didn't seem like he wanted me to continue. Do you want me to...
Please take your last one.
For 27 seconds.
Listen, I'm the president of Nevadans Against Common Core. My understanding was the leaders of an entity got more time.
No, that was changed.
All right.
So finish, John.
No, you guys, he's not interested in hearing it. I mean, this is the problem we're having. 3
Okay.
minutes, 2 minutes and 28 seconds is not near enough to get this across. If you give me 5 minutes, I could finish. I could use 2 more minutes. It's up to you.
Everybody else had 3 minutes. Thank you.
The people
Next.
just presented for a half hour.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Appolito, you still have time on the clock to finish your public comment. I would like to hear from you. Would you please come up and finish? Thank you.
It went off at 27 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. I will come up and finish. The only data bill that will maybe protect children is the one that was heard on Friday. It's the Senate bill that Don Gustafson wrote. There's no way to secure this data. Both the SBAC and PARC will be spying, they call it listening and monitoring, to children's, social media accounts during the testing. The American Federation of Teachers have, because of an incident back east, they've come up with a petition that's titled, Pearson, Stop Spying on Our Children. That's the name of the petition. The Attorney General of the state of Nevada knows the SBAC has been found to be unconstitutional in the state of Missouri. All his office will tell me is, quote, our client, the Nevada Department of Education, does not have to take our advice. Maybe you guys can get more. The precedence is for us as parents. The federal precedence, I have a handout, I'll give it to you guys at the end, is for us to refuse high-stakes testing. There's 5 or 6 federal cases. Maybe the state and the school districts are still trying to figure it out. I'll give you the handout. You can look at it. I have not emailed that to you. Thank you very much for the time. You're welcome.
Brad Carpenter.
My name is Brad Carpenter. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. I don't have as much information as John does. I'm a parent. I have 4 kids that go to elementary school. My 3rd grader has begun testing this year. We've gone before the principal, tried to find a way to opt out. The reason we've wanted to opt out is because this test does not benefit my child in any way. It takes hours away from my child learning. It takes hours away from the teachers teaching. It costs a fortune. My child's school, the whole playground is full of portable classrooms. For some reason, my principal is in a constant fundraising effort, and I don't know why. I don't know where the money's going, but we're overcrowded, and yet we're spending all this money on this testing. I've tried to find out how we can opt out, because besides the money, I want to know how it's going to help my child. When we've talked to Miss Aird, and when we've talked to our child's principal, we've been told, you know, too bad, can't allow it. Why? I don't understand. When we ask what the purpose of the test is, we're told that it's just basically benchmarks for a federal something or other. It doesn't help my child. They don't get the results until the next school year when they've moved on to another teacher. At that point, the teacher can't help them based on the stuff that's happened the year before. So what is the purpose of the test? I'm assuming it's to get funding. I'm assuming it has to do with all the different things that we're getting money for. Money doesn't seem to be the answer because we've always put a lot of money in education and it hasn't helped our results. So I don't understand, I guess, why we're doing this and why we're forcing it. Why, as a parent, I can't take my child out and make the decision for my child. And especially, it would still be in the 95th percentile if one child left. When it comes to the data points, I don't know a lot about that, but I do know that no data is secure. I'm an IT professional, and the only way to keep data secure is not to provide it in the first place. And I do know that right now, even though we're not asking a lot of the questions, there will be more questions down the road because that's how the Common Core has been designed. We started Common Core in 2010. We didn't do it all at once. That's how you do it. You have to implement it slowly so that people can adjust. So I'm concerned about the direction we're taking, and I'm really disappointed that we don't have the ability to make decisions for our children. That if I make a decision and say they can't take the test, that I'm told, sorry, too bad. And I've asked the principal, at least say that you're on my side. Sorry, too bad, can't do anything. And that's really disappointing as a parent. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration, that there's a lot of parents like me, a lot of them don't know what's going on. And I'm hoping I can educate. Hopefully, John sounds like he's got some answers. I'm sure he'll educate me. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Connect with our staff too if you have more questions.
I have tried. Thank you.
All right. The next card I have is Pat Lynch.
She had to leave.
Okay. Judy Gagman.
I'm Judy Engman, and thank you for letting me speak. The SBAC, number one, there's not enough states involved in this any longer to get any proper comparisons or regarding what's on the test. Number two, there's a large expense in the student's time away from learning. 1 whole day or more. Well, when my husband decided to go to law school, he had to take a test to get into law school. And that they scheduled for 8 hours. So why are we testing 3rd graders and 8th graders for 10 hours? It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's a waste of time for the students and the teachers. Also then there's the large expense of the taxpayer money that's going to, it's going to cost to set up this test. $33 per student, about $7 million for the state of Nevada. Gee whiz, maybe we could get rid of some of those trailers that are at our schools. Also, this whole situation of testing may be unconstitutional. The state of Missouri is looking into the constitutionality of this testing. And why should we go ahead and approve of something that may be a year or two down the road considered unconstitutional and waste all that money? Thank you.
Thank you. This item was for discussion and no action. Any questions of our staff? Okay, then we'll move on to 704. Washoe County School District Department reports. for presentation, discussion only, Dr. Paul Lamarca. And team.
President Mayor, Superintendent Davis, you got to fix your sign. We need tape for your sign. Members of the board, thank you for this opportunity, and in the interest of time, we will try to move as quickly as we can. I'm joined here by the area superintendents and the Chief Student Support Services Officer, Byron Green. When we were first setting out to provide this report, options was still part of OSP, so you'll see some of that in here. Office of School Performance is essentially made up of our traditional school areas. We have the acceleration zone, and we do have the options area. The options area includes several schools, some of our special schools, but it also includes several departments. We'll hear a little bit about schools today, but we won't talk about the departments. Byron will do that at another opportunity. Pretty much what we're responsible for is the support and supervision of all of our school principals and the support and development of all of our school administrators, especially those aspiring to be administrators. Our area superintendents are the strongest advocates for students and for schools. All the initiatives that you're going to hear other departments talk about, we are responsible for supporting our principals, our schools, in the implementation of those initiatives and for holding them accountable for results. Again, we're split into several areas. We have 5 traditional areas that are built roughly on feeder patterns. We have the acceleration zone, which is designed to serve our most needy, arguably our most needy schools, and then we have the option zone. We have 62 elementary schools, 14 middle schools, 14 high schools when you include some of our non-traditional high schools or non-comprehensives. We have 8 Washoe County sponsored charter schools, and we have 6 special schools in our school district. In terms of metrics that kind of drive our department, we're a little bit different than most departments. We have pretty much used the performance pathway that was set in Vision 2015. That has changed a little bit over time with some of the newer metrics that we have available through the accountability model. We look very carefully at graduation rate all the time. We look very carefully at reading in kindergarten. We look at the narrowing and the elimination of achievement gaps. We monitor this data all the time. And we're very interested in a newer metric called adequate growth percentile. And Ben at a later time can talk to us all about what that means. But essentially means, are kids growing, and are they growing at all levels across the achievement spectrum, whether they are struggling or they are exceeding our expectations. So with that, what I'd like to do now is turn it over to the area superintendents. We'll talk in turn so that each of them can kind of profile their area and provide you a couple of highlights. So Mr. Richard Swanberg.
Good evening, President Mayor, Superintendent Davis. My name is Richard Swanberg, Area Superintendent for Area 1, and I have the great pleasure to work with 16 schools. North Valley's their feeder schools, Reno High School and their feeder schools, and TMCC High School. So we service about 11,500 kids, and we do a great job. It's my pleasure to work with these 16 schools and these 16 wonderful principals. 2 schools we'd like to highlight today are one, Jesse Beck Elementary School. Jesse Beck is one of 3 schools that have the TWE program, which is two-way immersion. And the goal for the two-way immersion program is to have bilingual and biliterate students, and they're doing a great job. When you look at the slide, there are some challenges. Retention of qualified staff. It's very difficult to find bilingual employees, and it's even more difficult to find them willing to teach 2 different subjects or in 2 different languages. We have worked with HR, and HR has worked with the Embassy of Spain, and we have recruited teachers from Spain to try to put in our TWE programs. Another program that problem we're facing right now, a challenge, is student attrition. So in the primary grades, the class size ratio is 18 to 1. So we started in kindergarten with 24 kids. Then we go to 22 kids, couple move. Then by the time we're in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, we have 17, 18 kids. It's hard to fund a full-time teacher with 17 kids. So we talk about equity where we have 30 kids in one class and 17 in the other. And so we're dealing with those growth. Another one is Mount Rose Elementary School, Mount Rose K-8 expansion. Chrissy Brown has taken it upon herself, working with the board, to provide opportunities for students. And we have a 7th and 8th grade cohort going through Mount Rose right now. They're performing extremely well academically, and it's just another option for kids. So we have pre-K through 8th grade at Mount Rose. Some of the challenges that we face are the designs. It's not a middle school setup, so we don't have the science lab. One of the things we had to deal with were lockers. The kids want to know, can we get a locker? Can we get a locker? We worked with Gerlach, and Gerlach had brand new lockers, and we were able to get them down, and we have lockers in Mount Rose School right now, and the kids love it. Also providing extracurricular, because they get one extra allocation for an elective teacher. They aren't able to provide some of the other ones like cooking or ceramics, things like that, but they do provide art, PE, a lot of music, and so they're doing a great job meeting the needs of those students. So those are just two of the fabulous schools that I represent.
It's a shame you have no enthusiasm.
So we'll move to area 2 now. You can ask questions as we go, and it's very difficult given what we're trying to do we couldn't highlight everything that happens in our schools. So we've been very selective in what we're talking about.
So good evening, President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, and board members. My name is Dr. Roger Gonzalez, and I have the privilege and honor of working with Area 2 schools within the Washoe County School District. Much like Area 1, probably about 12,000 students within our 15 schools. Area 2 spans all the way from Verdi to Sun Valley. So the two verticals are McQueen High School and Hug High School verticals. So that covers quite a bit of territory with a lot of variety and diversity among the schools within Area 2. So a couple of the programs that we're going to highlight. The first one I'd like to talk a little bit about is Hug High School. So Hug High School, last year I had the exciting opportunity to work together with the principal at Hug and staff from the Gifted and Talented program to help create the Institute, the Hug High School Gifted and Talented Institute, and as part of the district's expansion of GT services. A challenge for gifted and talented students was that after the 8th grade, when they would complete the programs that they were in, the magnet programs at the middle school, we didn't have a high school component to continue that. We have started the program this year with approximately 15 students. We got a late start in terms of recruitment. That's why we wound up with only 15 students. It was after all of the signature academies had been selected and so forth. So we started with 15 students in the program. Those students are doing very well at Hug High School. We have recruited an additional 38 students for the coming school year. Our plan is to have enough space so that eventually we can serve up to 400 students at Hug High School. Some of the challenges of the program, of course, have been the recruitment of students onto the Hug campus. That has been a work in progress. Also, the implementation of that institute within the broader school context. So we've worked really hard and are working really hard to make sure that the students have a rigorous curriculum, that we provide training for our existing teachers at Hug High School. And again, with limited resources, we've only added an additional teaching unit there so far to help support that program. Another program I'd like to highlight is something very exciting to me. We have had this program for several years in Area 2. It started in a couple of our elementary schools, and that's the Chinese World Language Program. In 2013-14, an allocation was provided for Billinghurst Middle School to introduce Chinese as a world language. That teaching unit is shared between Billinghurst Middle School, Verdi Elementary, and Melton Elementary School. What this does is create a pathway for the Signature Academy at McQueen High School, the Global Studies Signature Academy at McQueen High School. I'm really excited that we're going to work toward expanding that. We've had a lot of interest. Currently, we are also offering Chinese at Clayton Middle School, and the program at Billinghurst has grown tremendously. We're going to have over 70 students participating in Chinese this coming school year.
The question.
Thank you, Roger.
How do you say hi in Chinese?
Are
Hi.
you
Hi.
in?
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
That's it. Is it hi? Hi.
Probably in Spanish and French and a couple others.
Well, it depends on who you are.
I can say thank you. Ni hao.
Ni hao. All right. I wanted to know. I mean, he's got the schools and. Ni hao.
You should really come to one of his schools and visit with him. It's
I
really
went to build
exciting.
her, so I should go.
Yeah, it's something to be seen.
Ni hao.
Good evening, President, Mayor, Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Joetta Gonzalez, and I'm the Area 3 Superintendent. I have the most high schools in the area with 4. I have Galena, Incline, Wooster, and AACT. And when I say Wooster, you say? You say, you know. Come on, Logan.
I even know that now.
That's all right. We'll let it slide.
I bet we could do it.
Wooster.
You know.
You got it. You know, Leah Kusha would be really proud right now.
Yeah, Principal Kusher's going to talk to you.
So, like the other areas, I have about 11,500 students, give or take a few, and I'm going to highlight a couple of our programs. One of the programs being the International Baccalaureate program. International Baccalaureate, or IB, was first introduced at Wooster High School in 1997. Are you a member of the IB? Which certificate? Diploma program? Great. We also started last year in the 13-14 year, the middle years program. And the middle years program services in grades right now, 7 through 10. We're hoping to involve 6th graders at Corbett in the near future, and perhaps extend even to the primary years program throughout Corbett. We have another school that's also interested that also feeds into that vertical. Part of the challenges is the building capacity at Wooster. You might not know that Wooster has a lot of students. In fact, you could say that they're overcrowded. They have an enhanced capacity by utilizing the space that they have every single period. So instead of a teacher having a prep period in their own classroom, generally another teacher is using that classroom throughout the day. So every single classroom is used throughout the day. It means that teachers have to be on carts. They have 17 teachers on carts. And Principal Kusher has been pretty creative in helping people discover that they might like to be on a cart by incentivizing them with laptops and other little perks that she can give them. And it's actually working out fairly well. However, it's not optimal. Classrooms need to have things on the walls in order to enhance learning, and teachers need space to do their planning and preparation for instruction. The other thing is we have a few little challenges. We are up for accreditation as a middle years program, and that middle years program accreditation includes Vaughn and Wooster, and it means they need to articulate regularly. They've done a fantastic job this year articulating with one another, spending time on each other's campuses, and it looks like accreditation is pending, and we should find out sometime in April whether or not both schools are accredited as the middle years program. Another highlight for Area 3 is Galena's STEM Academy, and they are using Project Lead the Way, and it's an aerospace engineering and biological engineering program. I'm not sure if any of you have been out there, but they're working on building a mini house, which is really cool. And if you're not familiar with mini houses, you should check it out online or on Netflix. They've got some pretty cool things about them.
200 square feet or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cool.
They really are cool, and so they're working on that right now. This is the second year that the students were accepted into the Galena STEM Academy, and based on projections, the academy is full for the next school year. We anticipate that it will be full every year, which also lends to a challenge because it is very popular. Unfortunately, there's a waiting list, and I believe each year there will be a waiting list. Transportation is a problem for all signature academies. Students who live in Spanish Springs or in the North Valleys may want to get to Galena, and there are no buses that go all the way to Galena. So that's an issue, and we're hoping that we can address that in the near future. And then public perceptions around variances have been somewhat of a challenge. although our signature academies use a very stringent process in going through an application and determining which students are going to be accepted into a program, unfortunately, we can't serve all students in these programs that have capacity issues. And so if we could expand, we definitely would, because we want as many students as possible to participate.
Are they going to sell the tiny house?
So the guy who owns the tiny house actually paid for all the materials. And so the labor is free. A small donation to the program helps with, the kind of offsetting some of the labor
just
costs.
send a check to the principal next year and the materials. Right?
Well, we're talking about that because they want to do a tiny house, and they've already got a line of people who want to have a tiny house built for them in the future. So
I better get on the list. That's cool.
That's right. All right, thank you.
All right, good evening, President Mayor and Superintendent Davis. Troy Parks representing Area 4. Trustee Rosenberg, we all are extremely enthusiastic, and none of us are competitive, but my zone is the largest, and I have the 2 largest high schools. I want that noted for record. I serve the schools in the Reed High School zone as well as the Spanish Springs zone. They are very nicely vertically aligned, so we're able to do a lot of work on a K-12 continuum, and that's part of the focus that I've tried to have as an area superintendent, looking at it from K through 12. One of the things we're really excited about is in the Reed vertical, we have a curriculum called Core Knowledge. And if you were to go visit those classrooms, you'd see kindergartners talking about how to save how to work with the earth and how to the farms, and really having a very intense vocabulary. In first grade, you would hear talk about ancient civilizations and kids reading and learning about ancient civilizations. We are expanding this curriculum across the district. There are many principals that want this rigorous curriculum, but some of the challenges are that our resources that we have without adopting a full Common Core based curriculum. Next one. Also, I'm very proud of the work that we're doing with the Hungry Valley community. The Hall Elementary School, Shaw Middle School, and Spanish Springs are all working in a vertical. We're having community meetings with the Hungry Valley Native American community, also involve diversity and equity. And we're working together for 2 goals. One is to raise academic achievement for our Native American population, which we all know that is one of our achievement gaps that we're really focused on as a district. But also one of the goals there is to make sure we're supporting the families with their children. And some of our future goals there are we're helping them out with computers and Wi-Fi up on the reservation. And so those are some of the highlights in the Area 4.
Forgot to mention he has the best high school in the district.
False.
Can you make any sounds about Spanish Springs?
No, we don't have that, but I am the V sit and reach like legend there in ROTC. Nobody's got my record. I'm just saying, check it out.
I don't know about being competitive, but I do know that we have the best area, I can tell you. and I thought I had the largest area. But good evening, President, Mayor, and Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. My name is Chad Hicks. I'm the area superintendent for Area 5. And Area 5 encompasses all the Damani Ranch feeder schools and the Sparks High feeder schools, with the exception of Sparks High, because Sparks High is now in the acceleration zone. But I think we have roughly 10,800 students. Okay, and they gave me the most complicated because they knew I was up for the challenge. So we have the Teacher Incentive Fund within Area 5. And I'm not sure if you're extremely familiar with the Teacher Incentive Fund, but the Teacher Incentive Fund has allowed many of our teachers and students be able to participate in some tremendous activities. Part of those are the student learning objectives. If you're not familiar with the student learning objectives, basically teachers in Area 5 have come together, and what they do is they identify learning objectives for students based on baseline data, and then they visit and monitor those goals that they set for each and every student throughout the course, a period of time. And what's really nice about it is the teachers, it's forced teachers across grade levels, music teachers from across different schools to come together, collaborate, identify goals that they have not done, that they haven't been able to do so in the past, and work towards those goals. We've partnered with CTAC, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with CTAC. CTAC stands for Community Training and Assistance Center. That's all part of the Teacher Incentive Fund, and so they are providing support along the way. The other thing, and I think Trustee Frankel, you mentioned earlier a push-pull energy activity you've observed at Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park is also a TIF 4 school, not within my area, it's in the acceleration zone, but that was an example of project-based learning. And so all of these students have participated in project-based learning. I've heard wonderful things from the teachers based on this training, and it's just, and I cannot forget to mention that in every single one of our schools, science scores have gone up across the board.
Wow.
So it's wonderful. Challenges, the introduction of student achievement into the teacher evaluation has been complicated. If you can just imagine SLOs, if you're not familiar with this, but the intent was for a component of that to be based on student performance, teachers being evaluated based on student performance, and that was a component. So that is extremely complicated to look at that metric. So we're still working on that, and it's a work in progress. And of course, teacher PD and collaboration time is always a challenge. Whenever we provide more training and there are new initiatives, that requires more time, and sometimes that means that teachers are out of the classroom and subs are in the building. So. Instructional rounds, I'm extremely excited to discuss this instructional rounds, and I think I speak for all of the area superintendents that it has been a very positive thing for all of our schools. They have all participated in instructional rounds. District level rounds are something that we as a team have committed to. This last summer, we said that we want to get into classrooms and we want to discuss instructional practice with all of our building leaders and teachers. And Trustee Smith, I think you participated in one of those.
I did.
Yeah, and what did you think of that?
It was a lot of fun, and I liked that it was. I liked that I was able to see teachers in different levels of their training. Really, right? One kind of struggling, one doing better, one who was struggling but doing a lot better. And everybody came together, provided positive information. Veronica, you would have loved it because it's kind of your alley.
No, I've
Like,
been invited
just
to a
you
join.
leave, right? They have all these poster papers around the room, and you write on a Post-it note, right? What you thinking? I've only done it once, and I'm not a teacher, so I can't say that I remember all the titles. But it's all based off of core knowledge, right? Or core
actions.
Core actions. And so you rank it. It was neat, and then you just put a little note. Hey, I really like this, or maybe this could use a little help. And we were at O'Brien, and I think Miss Basso really was embracing what we were giving. It was cool. And so if you guys get a chance to go, I think they have a couple more. Troy, I got an email about them, so I'm hoping
Just to give you a brief overview for those of you who don't know what instructional rounds are, it all started from the medical profession, and basically you remember, you always see it on TV, the teams of doctors and the interns walking through and trying to reach a prognosis for a patient. So in education, what that means is that we come together, we identify a problem of practice in a school. And as a district, we identified our problem of practice as really implementation of Common Core. Within schools in Area 5, what I do is I go and I meet with the principal principal and leadership team, and I asked them to identify a problem of practice and to really be truly honest about what are you struggling with, and then we invite other schools in Area 5 to come in and help us monitor those classrooms, and it's really just extra sets of eyes, monitoring practice, and then coming back, and the most important part is the collaboration, and that's what you participated in. And then, actually I said the most important part, but the really most important part is the feedback goes back to the teachers. We used to have meetings in the past where we'd come in, there'd be action items, we'd walk through classrooms, but we would discuss it as a team. It just never got back to the teachers. So that's what I love about instructional rounds. The challenge is sometimes agreeing on a problem of practice and really getting principals to feel comfortable enough to examine their data and identify a true problem of practice. And then teacher apprehension. At first, we met with the associations, and they were a little bit reluctant, thinking that it might be an evaluation. We have heard nothing but wonderful things now. It's not an evaluation. It's just about monitoring our practice and getting better at what we do.
Not to generate a conversation, but so you know, our basic problem of practice for the district level rounds was implementation of Common Core. So when you see the focus on instructional practice guides and core actions, those are key tools that have been provided to schools with support in order to assist them in implementing Common Core.
Yeah. And we're going to continue next year, and next year we're including teachers from other schools to participate in those rounds so they can see what other teachers are doing.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It'll be fun.
I just want to say
And
I'm
you're
really
invited.
proud of you guys for doing that.
Yeah.
Instructional rounds. I know this is your second year doing it, right?
No, this is actually our first year doing this.
With all the, okay,
Yeah.
somebody told me it's the second year with everybody doing it. So maybe I got it wrong, but
Yeah.
either way, from the outside, right, where you have all the angry parents, oh, our schools suck, right? Or do they really? Because when you go see what you guys are doing in the instructional rounds, we're addressing the problem, right? We're taking the scalpel, we're cutting it open, we're peeling back the flesh, and we're saying, we're doing good here, but we have work to do. And they're getting a prescription at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're providing that evidence.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
Great. Well, we'll continue. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Cool.
Good evening, President Mayor, Superintendent Davis, and Board of Trustees. I'm Deborah Beiersdorf, and I have the honor and privilege of being the area superintendent for the Acceleration Zone. The Acceleration Zone is currently made up of 13 schools, a very interesting zone. It's 12 elementary schools and Sparks High School, our one secondary school. Our principals refer to their schools, or refer to our zone, I should say, as the A zone. And that's because we've worked really, really hard to build a team of leaders, both in the principalship, the assistant principalship, and amongst our teachers as well, to share best practices that are going to be moving these schools forward. Just like my fellow area superintendents, my principals are very, very competitive as well, but share practices and really work hard together, and because it's one for all and all for one in the Acceleration Zone. Some key highlights for my zone are how schools enter and exit the Acceleration Zone. Again, this is the second year that the zone has been in existence. Right now, our rule of thumb is that a school would stay in the Acceleration Zone between 3 and 4 years until we start to gain ground, we start to turn the ship around, and we start to put practices and structures in place that lead to an increased capacity for improvement at the school, so that when they exit the zone and come under the leadership of my colleagues, they can continue to grow and continue to do better and better. Some of the challenges that we're facing, and my principals are quite vocal about it, and it's some of the conversations that you've heard earlier this evening, is our change in assessment. How will that impact the zone? What kind of information will we get back about from the Acceleration Zone schools on things that we need to continue to focus on? So my principals are nervous going into SBAC testing, my elementary schools. They're doing everything they can to prepare their teachers, to prepare their students without teaching to the test. And actually a mantra in the Acceleration Zone is relevance makes rigor possible. So we are really, really focused on those key skills and traits and things that we want our students to be able to do despite what the tests might say about our kids. So we focus on climate and culture and school safety and teacher capacity and professional development, and the list goes on and on. Schools are very, very busy. And a second highlight that I wanted to share with you, and actually I'm going to be giving JJ a couple of handouts for you to look at later that we're real proud of. One is the guiding document for the acceleration zone. We didn't start this experiment lightly. There was a lot of planning and preparation that went into what would be the acceleration zone and what would it be about. Last school year, when our Zoom school initiative came in from the state, that funding, the initial 6 Zoom schools all landed in the acceleration zone. This school year, we expanded, as you know, to include 2 more schools, one of which is also in Roger Gonzalez's zone, Cannon Elementary School. And I will tell you that we did submit an initial report to the state back in January that showed that what we are doing is working. Our DRA results for our kindergartners were off the charts. Our kids are reading, they are writing, they are discussing, and just to correct something that Trustee Frankel said earlier, that that experiment that you and I saw at Veterans Elementary School, remember, that was kindergartners that were doing that, and it was absolutely amazing.
Wow. Thank you for correcting me.
I am so proud of the work our Zoom schools are doing. We have held intersessions, both at the winter intersession, and again, we'll hold one here in just a few weeks, and then we're also gearing up for our summer academy. We're hoping, and Lindsay is doing a lion's share of work in Carson City for us, that Zoom school funding will not only continue but will expand into other schools, because we're seeing great promise with the work that we're doing with all of our students, specifically our English language learners. So that's the acceleration zone. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question? You know the big $15 million grant that most of the Sparks schools got, I forget the name of it now.
The TIF4 grant?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are some of your schools involved in that?
Yes. So the TIF4 grant serves 9 schools. 7 are in Chad's area 5, and then 2 are in mine, that's Sparks High School and Lincoln Park Elementary.
And so they get together even though they're in different zones?
Yes. That's a tight vertical, regardless of the fact that there's 2 area superintendents. Chad and I work very closely on that as well. A lot of navigation, a lot of working with our schools to explain requirements, to provide them support. We've had a good year, I believe, with the TIF4 grant, when I think specifically of the 2 schools that I have that are receiving services from it, support from it.
And how long does it have to run?
I believe, Kristen, 2 more years? Is she here? 2 more years,
okay.
I think. Yes, is what we're going to.
That's good, yes.
I just want to say I have really focused the first couple months of my being in this office, focused on the elementary schools in the acceleration zone, as you know. And one of the lenses that I have brought to those meetings in those schools has been an eye for leadership. As many of you know, that's kind of a passion of mine. And I have to say, I am continuously impressed, and I expressed this to Area Superintendent Beiersdorf about this, the leadership skills and the culture and the climate in these schools and the change that is happening. And a lot of it stems from you as well and your leadership. So I want to thank you and all the principals in those schools for the hard work they're doing, because it's not easy. I mean, I don't have to say that to you, but it's very difficult. But the leadership skills and the coaching and support and the instructional support, all of those pieces are really going a long way to changing the culture and creating a culture of excellence and teamwork. And I really value that.
I appreciate it. I love my principals. Every day they astound me with who they are. So I learn as much from them as I hope they learn from me. So
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lindsay probably has not had an opportunity to share with you yet, but she will. There was an introduction of several bills just in the last couple of days. One of them was the Achievement School District bill, and there's been a lot of rhetoric about not taking reform seriously. The acceleration zone is a good example of how we take reform very seriously, and I'm hoping we will be arguing in Carson City that before you put a school into the Achievement District, you first give us our opportunity to work with Debbie et al. And turn around a school within the district. Dr. Green.
Good evening, President Mayor, Superintendent Davis, and trustees. Thank you so much for having me tonight. My name is Byron Green. I am the new Chief Student Services Officer, which encompasses options and also student support services. It is my understanding that we're going to just briefly discuss some of the overview of options tonight within the schools, and then on Thursday we will be back with all of our departments to give you more in-depth information regarding the work that
You
they're doing.
know, I'd really like you to come back in the other one because I have a lot of questions for that.
Great.
And we've had our police officers back there. They've grown a beard sitting back waiting to talk. And so, if you don't mind,
Not at all.
because they've been sitting there.
We are happy to conclude our presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll be back on Thursday. Thank you, Trustee.
Byron.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tree. Thank you, Dr. Lamarca.
Matt, come on up. Or come on down. What are they saying?
They've been here. Price is Right.
Price is right.
Well, at the risk of sounding too competitive, I guess I win, huh?
Very nice.
Good afternoon, President Mayor, trustees, Superintendent Davis. You've relaxed a conundrum that I had as in my official capacity. I'm not authorized to endorse anybody. I don't have to do that now. I can speak, and that's done. My name is Mac Venzon. I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for the Reno Police Department. On behalf of Chief Steve Pitts and all the men and women of the police department, I'm honored to speak to you. I say this afternoon on my list here, but this evening. Today I'm here to speak to you about the 360 Blueprint program. It's a program targeted toward at-risk students who are reading deficient. It crosses many of the area boundaries that you heard about just a few moments ago. And I want to share with you one of the more important, or I guess striking statistics that I heard as this program was being developed by Pastor Nate Dupree and Officer Jerry Bowden, who has stayed here with me the entire time, in 2013. Children who do not read by the time they're in the 4th grade are much more likely to end up in prison. And for me, that's a striking statistic that made me really look up and take into consideration this program that was being presented. The program can be characterized as an evolution of the Adopt a School program that RPT has participated in for years. The 360 Blueprint project is designed to not only assist with reading, but really to provide mentorship and build a rapport with potentially at-risk population of students. The reading programs are facilitated through the use of technology, and each participating student is provided a Kindle so that new books can be consistently added. At the Reno Police Department, building trust and engagement with the community is one of our primary goals. So this program fits very well with our goals. During the 13-14 school year, the team of 2 opted to start at a manageable level with 2 schools, Rita Cannon Elementary School and Mount Rose Elementary School, to initiate this project. 30 mentors from the University of Nevada, Truckee Meadows Community College, middle and high school students from right here in Washoe County, and community volunteers from neighborhood churches, police officers, and others provided over 800 hours of mentor services to these 2 schools. Many teachers and counselors reported confidence and self-esteem increases. Reading scores of participating students increased dramatically. And selfishly, as a police department, we were able to establish positive rapport with families who may otherwise have had a generally negative outlook on police. Today, I'm excited to say the program is expanded. The program now services 6 schools in both Reno and Sparks. The Sparks Police Department has joined the program, and now there are over 55 volunteers providing mentorship to over 60 students. I want to express my appreciation to Superintendent Davis, who has taken this program on wholeheartedly. Her continued support for this program has made sure that it will be successful for years to come. Many of the trustees are aware of the program already. I've seen many of you present at the end of the year celebration that we had to celebrate the achievements of these students. I'll entertain any questions. I don't want to go over my 3 minutes.
You know, I don't have a question, but I have a comment. And it is, this program is so vital. I'm glad that you've come on it because you're changing the perception of police officers. you know, the police officer was the enemy. Now, the police officer is the friendly guy in a uniform. And I hear it from lots of people in my travel around the community, especially the Mount Rose area and Cannon also. But that it's just a whole new cultural change by your visibility to the kids in our community, and you are to be sincerely congratulated for the work you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Today's environment, we could certainly use that.
Yes, we can.
Well, I just want to add that if I may, Mr.
Sure.
President, that just the community collaboration has really been valuable, and to know that it's great that kids feel a greater sense of self-esteem. It's great that the relationship with the police department and the community and those families is improving, because that relates to some of the other things going on around the country, as you know. But selfishly speaking, the best thing about all of that is the reading scores are going up. And one of the workshops of the many that we had in Nashville, one of the ones I went to was one about the importance of reading by third grade. And Trustee Smith was just sharing some other data about the relationship between those that read by third grade and those that don't, and the predictor it is on incarceration rates down the road. So, I mean, that work is invaluable and measurable.
Right.
Invaluable and measurable, and really making a difference in the lives of those kids.
That was the statistic that really just drove this program home for me. And if I could, to quote Superintendent Davis at a meeting we were at, she sees this as more a value, or as much a value to the life skills of these students, not just their reading ability. So, I mean, it kind of couples together.
Well, that matters. The socio-emotional absolutely does matter, but
Right.
the easier thing to measure is the reading. And the rest of that comes along and makes a difference and adds value to their experience. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
You're welcome.
And thank you to Officer Bowden. Yay!
He's really the hero. I'm just the speaker.
Done a tremendous job partnering with our superintendent, and our principals have played a key role in making this happen. They've really, really embraced it. And research shows partnerships between law enforcement, faith-based communities, and schools work when it comes to making a difference for student success. So this is a tremendous program. I want to give a shout out to Chief Pitts. This was his baby too, and because of him, we have this program. I think Superintendent Davis would agree to that. So, and I know you guys need a coordinator. So just keep that in your ears, trustees. This program needs some help. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's appropriate to give an applause to these guys.
Oh, please. I just signed the checks. He does all the work.
Thanks a million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry for the wait.
Thanks for your patience.
Yes.
Every other Wednesday, I live.
Okay. City Council, I guess he does. Recess.
Okay, we're going to have a recess, please. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, President Mayor. I wanted to bring before my colleagues, concerns been raised that we want to make sure that there was not any kind of even perceived violation of open meeting law in agenda item 7.02 in the appointment of Superintendent Tracy Davis. And I wanted to, because I voted on the prevailing side. And actually, I have personal experience, because when I was appointed by the board, the same issue came forth, and it was in the concern is regarding the posting of the agenda item. The posting has to include the person's name, and that had to be redone when I was appointed, because the names were not included, and that's the potential of happening again. And we want to certainly do our due diligence and be unreasonably reasonable as it comes down to the following the rules. So based upon that, I would like to move for reconsideration of agenda item 7.02, the appointment of Tracy Davis as superintendent.
Second.
Seconded that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signal. So carried. Let the record show unanimous.
Thank you, colleagues. And then again, to continue and to make sure that we move forward in a way that is absolutely in alignment, I'd like to make a motion that it be placed on a future agenda, that our action of earlier be rescinded, and that the appointment of Tracy Davis as superintendent be placed on a future agenda item, and making sure that the posting does, in this case, include her name.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that as well.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor,
Any discussion? I just
Okay,
wanted to make a
discussion,
point
yeah,
that,
sure.
for the record, we did ask legal for clarification if we could take that action, and we were told that we could. So I want that on the record.
Any other discussion? If not, well, go ahead.
This, to me, seems more a question of semantics than it does anything else. I will support it, but I am not happy about it.
And I would just if I may respond again, that just because I had the personal experience in my appointment, and semantics was the issue, because all of the names were not included in the appointment, and we were asked to go back, legal was asked to go back and straighten it out. That happened at that point as well. So in the interest of staying in line with that, then we certainly want to do that. So but I understand, Trustee Rosenberg.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Whoa, any more discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded that we rescind this item and it be placed on a future agenda with Tracy Davis's name. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signal. So carried. Let the record show it was passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
President, Mayor, may I be excused?
Yes.
Where
Happy
you
birthday
going?
to your son.
Oh, it's his
I'm a day
birthday?
late for my son's birthday. so
Well,
we're
you
doing
better stop by McDonald's and get him a Big Mac.
on you, because you still owe me one.
That's right.
Tell your son
Buy
happy
two
birthday.
of 'em. Okay, so now we're down to item 7.06, uniforms. Right? Do what?
Your legislative update.
Yeah.
And then your budget update.
Well, she's staying up like we did. She'll get 4 hours sleep between this meeting and the session. Half hour more than I got. Okay.
Good evening. The record, Lisa Scurry, Policy Coordinator. So we had a really good conversation a week ago about this policy, so I'm not sure if you have any additional comments. Just to recap, I guess, what we talked about last meeting. The reason we're bringing this policy back to you is twofold. Number one, when it was written, we really hadn't developed our framework for how we're doing policies and regs, so we're trying to remove some of the minutiae from this policy to put it into the regulation. The second piece of that then is some of the concerns voiced by the Washoe School Principals Association and some other principals who spoke last week about maybe some of the thresholds that we've placed in the policy that will now be in the regulation might not be consistent with what they're actually able to do with the kinds of comments that they get from the public or from the parents. So we're asking that we remove those items from the policy. The regulation, we're going back to our principals and we'll work on some of those details, such as how the voting occurs, to try to make it easier for parents to be able to vote, and then also lower that 25% maybe down to 10%, but we'll discuss that as well. But that would be with any regulation under the superintendent, with your approval, of course.
Any questions?
I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 5105, school uniforms, adoption of a site-based policy, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signal. It carries unanimously. with one absent. Okay, thank you. Now, you know, my mother always said, save the best for last. Lindsay Anderson, legislative report.
And then you'll have budget after that.
Yes,
Well, aren't we doing the interscholastic?
That means you,
Did we
Tom,
pull
the
that?
best.
we pulled it. We pulled it.
Okay. Thank you, President Mayor. Lindsay Anderson for the record. I know you guys are tired. I can tell you that yesterday was an important deadline in the legislative process, the deadline for all the bills to be introduced. So just a few sort of by the numbers for you for some context. 155 bills were introduced yesterday, just yesterday in one day. They were working till about 10:30 last night. 422 bills have been introduced since March 16th. That's only a week ago, 422. There's 1,061 bills currently out there, and there's 217 in which we think directly could impact our district. That's a lot. So the next deadline coming up is April 10th. That's the deadline that bills that don't have financial impact have to be passed out of their committee of origin. So you'll see between now and then, now all the bills are introduced and we'll have tons of hearings between now and then. So things will be very quickly. I know it's late and you guys are all tired, so I'm trying to figure out how to approach this. I guess the one thing that I really want to talk about, and Dr. Lamarca mentioned it, is last night the Achievement School District bill was introduced. That was introduced yesterday. It was the first chance we had to see that language, and it's been scheduled for a hearing on Friday. So last night when it was introduced, I sent it to the leadership team and got a whole lot of really valuable feedback about concerns that they have about the way the bill is written. Starting with how the facilities would work. It's indicated in the bill that the school would be turned over to a charter management organization, which would be able to occupy our school buildings and pay the maintenance on the buildings, but we would still be responsible for the cost of any capital improvements. And there's some concerns about language in there that says that they could basically mortgage the school. So I think we have some concerns about that. I guess philosophically, I'm here to get your guidance on whether or not you think turning over our lowest performing schools to unidentified charter operators is a good policy. And my guess is it's not. No. And so we can continue to work with and listen to the hearing and hear what the argument is and try to understand it's an 86-page bill. That was, again, just introduced yesterday, so we don't have all the details. 86 pages. So I just wanted to let you know that that's out there, and the hearing is scheduled for Thursday. And I think it would be perfectly appropriate to say publicly we have some serious concerns about the implications of that bill, and any other thoughts you may have. It's part of the governor's platform. He mentioned it during his State of the State address. It's officially being sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Education, but it's really being carried on behalf of the governor.
Confirms.
You know, there's so many things wrong with even are they going to hire their own gardeners and custodians and
it's not clear.
Bus drivers?
That came up, whether or not the district would still be responsible for transportation and food service and things like that. We're still not totally clear on what the bill says.
I think the overarching philosophy that the achievement would be improved by state level or charter management, I think is where I verge from that. I think, as we just heard from Area Superintendent Debbie Beiersdorf, there's a lot of great work going on in our acceleration zone schools. Many of those would be in that list. And I think a lot of what's being attempted is new. And I think it behooves everyone to give it an opportunity to be evaluated for its success. I mean, I think that those kinds of improvements are best managed at that level, at our level, and with the work that's being done individually at the schools with the families and the parents, unique teach community. So I feel comfortable saying that I would support that, but I'm gonna, also, I'm not sure if we make a motion on that in terms of giving her direction on taking a position, or if we want to, how we do this.
You know, if a kid falls off the monkey bars and gets killed, whose insurance?
I think that would be the charter school. I think it's a valid question.
It's not a charter school yet.
I mean, if it was, I mean, us now. So the devil's in the details still, right? Like hashed out, and we're reading through the pages of it, pretty much. As we look at this right now, I think we've identified the potential of perhaps only 2 schools that may fit the bill based on conversations that we've had.
Yeah, I think that's true. I guess the only thing I would say is that right now, and this bill would be in place in perpetuity. And so what we can anticipate now, I think we need to make sure we're thinking long term, and that if that changes, you know, we would still have to live with it if all of a sudden 15 of our schools qualified or something to that effect. But I do think the scope is intended to be limited. I'm just not sure the language in the bill is limiting. It talks about how the 78 schools that have identified the executive director of the achievement school district could pick off that list, but it doesn't describe how he would pick or she would pick off that list, what parameters would be used, what metrics would be used. If, like we said, there's an indication of growth, you know, we've been told that that school maybe wouldn't be put in there, but there's not clear guidelines as to how that decision would be made, and I think that's a fair point to bring up.
Is there anything in that bill that says if the charter company fails, if they fail miserably and go into bankruptcy and stuff, can they turn it over just the way it is, or do they have to turn it over as it is now when they start?
There is a reversion clause that would allow the school to be turned back over to the district after a period of 6 years. But I don't remember reading any language about in before that, or if there was a financial incentive, you know, a financial problem or something to that effect.
So it's at least a 6-year experiment.
A commitment, right.
Yes.
This is not just Reno, right?
No, statewide.
Statewide.
Yes, sir.
And they have 78 schools that they feel will qualify for this.
Today, right now, yes, sir.
This, to me, is a very veiled attempt, once again, to privatize education. And I think we need to fight it with everything that we possibly can. The governor is a nice man. I'm sure he means well. He doesn't know anything about education. And this business is just annoying beyond belief.
I would agree with that, Howard.
I think that's probably enough direction for me between now and the bill hearing. And then
when's the bill hearing?
On Friday.
Do you have a concealed weapon permit?
We got out of that bill. So there's just really one other one that I wanted to mention that I know you probably received an email on from Senator Smith about the Senate Bill 411, which she has sponsored at partially our request about giving us the authority to form a committee to pose a binding ballot question to raise money for school facilities in 2016. So we appreciate her being willing to do that on our behalf. It's kind of just hanging out right now because so many other bills have been introduced that there's not movement on it right now, but I know you've been hearing about that. There's a kind of, it's very similar to those of you who remember the Senate Bill 154 committee from 2007, which led to the WCSD 1 question in 2008. It's a similar idea that she had. So that's the process by which we go through. And I'll keep you updated as that moves more, but right now, just waiting on that. But just, I know you know about it, and she did that trying to help us. So.
Is she coming back?
My understanding is she's supposed to be back sometime in April, which is great news. Yeah. So I have tons more, but I know you're exhausted, and so I look forward to working with Superintendent Davis and the Legislative Committee as we figure out a better way to move forward and have more communication on at the individual bill level, and I'm more than happy to accommodate that.
You know, it's amazing how many school districts across the state oppose that bill on taking over the schools. You know, it's almost all of them.
It hasn't had a hearing yet, so did they through NASB or?
Well, yeah, we take surveys,
right,
and stuff, and the only one that hasn't turned in a ballot yet Esmeralda. And I think they got one of the schools on the list.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That would be interesting to see how they deal with those very remote rural schools too. Okay,
Great.
thank you for
Thank
hearing
you
my.
for sticking in there
Yeah.
for so long.
Are we gonna also talk about the legislative committee at all, or was that gonna? Sorry,
Yeah, I think we're gonna talk about it Friday, about the setup, and we'll get with you about like
Okay.
how you want to, what that looks like, especially if, like, it happens really fast, so like, how you want to talk and when you set that up, so you get the information back and forth. You told me Friday, right?
I'll work around your schedule.
I thought I missed that.
Department
Okay, good.
reports.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Mhm. Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay.
Thank you, Lindsay, and for staying all afternoon.
Budget. Here he comes. Boy, oh boy.
Money bags.
President Mayor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. Real quickly, I know it's late, so just a real quick rehash of where we've been in terms of the budget. You know that we had a budget workshop with you a couple weeks ago to do a deep dive into the budget. We've since had 2 budget town halls. I had the great pleasure of working side by side with President Mayer and Tracy on that process. I think we had 2 nice discussions with the public on the budget process. And so that's where we're at in terms of the community engagement piece. The plan is to bring back a tentative budget to you on, I believe, the board meeting of August 14th. What that will look like is, as you know, that we've been talking about I'm sorry, April, did I say? What did I say?
August.
Okay. God, I'm trying to get into the summer. I'm trying to get this legislative process over. Anyway, I meant April 14th. So the tentative budget will be brought to you. We'll have the $26.7 million deficit that we've been talking about as part of that tentative budget, but we'll also start to bring to you some items for consideration in terms of how to solve that budget deficit. A lot of that's going to still involve the legislative process, which we know won't complete its work until it's at least scheduled early June, but that session could go into overtime too. So, but we still have our timeline of having a tentative budget by April 15th, a final budget adopted on or before June 8th, and then we have 30 days post the close of the legislation to complete the budget process. So again, per our budget workshop with you, we will start to bring to you options to consider. And again, some of those options are we are actively working with the legislature to address the per pupil funding as we've identified, which is coming up short. We're also continuing to discuss the CSR issue in grades 1, 2, and 3. We haven't gotten answers yet. I think the reality is the governor just rolled out his proposal for what he would like to see in terms of enhancing education budget, but he has to shepherd that process through, and we're starting to see the bills that Lindsay just pointed out related to that. So the plan, again, just in short summary, is to bring a tentative budget to you on April 14th for your consideration. A tentative budget is just that. It's tentative. It's just a placeholder. It's an obligation that we have made with this board to get at least an initial step done. It's by no means our final budget. So I'll stop there and entertain any questions.
Any questions?
Well, I just want to say thank you for a fabulous job at both town halls. You have a way of communicating about the budget that makes it very understandable, and I heard that from a lot of members of the public. So earlier I thanked our staff and our communications team, but I was remiss in not including you, so thank you for all your work on that.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Were there any different comments that came from the public that down at Pine, or was it still pretty much the same vein of discussion?
I think we did have a few GT parents in the audience, and then we had a few other parents that had some other items for consideration, but nothing that we couldn't handle. I think in terms of just general questions about how the budgetary process works, and you know, I think it was just a great opportunity to let the public hear what we're dealing with. And I haven't spoken to Irene, but I think that the survey is ongoing and we haven't gotten the results of that back just yet. So hopefully I've generally answered your question. I don't know, President Mayer or Tracy, if you wanted to jump in if I missed something.
You know, of all the ones I've ever been to, that one at Pine, this last one at Pine, was the most positive of them. There were a lot of people that had very nice things to say. and it was an uplifting experience because they really were not like the enemy. They wanted to have some things done and stuff, but they were very cool, calm, and very appreciative of a lot of things.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm sorry I missed that when we were on our way to Nashville.
Yeah.
Nick and I we right now getting there was not the problem.
What time does the plane leave?
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shoot. But I will say, how long will I have been encouraging people to participate in the survey. Do you know how long that will be open? Any ideas?
Kristen, do you know the answer to that question?
I'll find out and email the trustees tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I think it would be great for us as much as we can to just encourage people that would like to that ask questions or whatever, get on that survey and share their thoughts, concerns, ideas, and all of that.
And I'm glad too that you've made it so that they can mail in a dossier or whatever because they don't have room in the comment page. Well, that one gal, she said there wasn't enough space, so you gave her your card, or somebody gave her a card to write as long as she wants and send it in. And that's what I'm talking about, positive things. You didn't say, oh no, if you can't fit it in that block, don't even bother, you know. You made arrangements with her to send it in, and it was very, very nice. Okay. Agenda items. Anybody want future agenda items? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, public comment. Any? No public comment. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Let the record show everyone made the motion and everyone seconded it.